All right, we'll call to order the Stevensville Town Council meeting. Today is Thursday, March 25th, 2021. Ms. Berka, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Devlin.
Here.
Councilmember Ludington.
Here.
Councilmember Schurd.
Here.
And Councilmember Vick.
Here.
Great, thank you. If you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll next open the floor for public comment from citizens on items that are not on tonight's agenda. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record, and sign the public comment sign-in sheet. Any public comment not on tonight's agenda?
Bob Michelson, 222 Turner Street.
I don't think that's on.
Bob Michelson, 222 Turner Street. I'd like to turn the attention to, I mentioned it to Mr. Vick, the two signs down at the skate park. They say no bikes. They're great signs. They're in a terrible location. Those kids come off that bowl and they fly down that thing. They're gonna be free falling. They won't have can't change course in midair. So they need to be spread out away from the bowl. If Bobby could look into that before an accident happens, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other public comment not listed on tonight's agenda? All right, we'll move on to the approval of minutes. We have January 21st CAL meeting minutes, March 4th public hearing meeting minutes, and the March 8th public hearing meeting minutes for your approval tonight.
I'll make a motion to approve January 21st, March 4th, and March 8th
Second.
minutes.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Devlin, seconded by Mr. Vick to approve January 21st, March 4th, and March 8th minutes. Council discussion? Public comment? All right, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Ms. Berka?
Councilmember Devlin.
Aye.
Councilmember Ludington.
Aye.
Councilmember Schurd.
Aye.
And Councilmember Vick.
Aye.
All right, next on the agenda is approval of the biweekly claims. You have claims 16588 through 16648 before you this evening.
I'll make a motion to approve claims as written.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Vick, seconded by Mr. Schurd to approve claims as they're presented. Council discussion. Public comment. All right, hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Ms. Berka?
Councilmember Devlin.
Aye.
Councilmember Ludington.
Aye.
Councilmember Schurd.
Aye.
And Councilmember Vick.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you don't have any administrative reports this evening. It's the last meeting of the month. Guests and correspondence that we have none listed, so we'll move right into public hearings. This evening, you have one public hearing scheduled for regarding the approval with conditions or denial of the preliminary plat for the major subdivision known as Burnt Fork Estates. Before we open the public hearing, does council want to provide any direction or give consent? At the last two public hearings, we've instilled a 5-minute time limit to public comments during the public hearing for Burnt Fork Estates. Do you wish to remain consistent, or would you like to modify that time limit this evening?
I would like to modify the time limit.
Okay.
I would like individuals to be able to speak until they're done communicating what they need to say.
Any objections from council? Okay, very good. Before we open public comment, the developers do have a presentation or more or less an update. Right on this side. An update for, it might be yours, Patrick. Yep,
Yeah.
that was the culprit.
Sorry.
It's all right. The representatives from PCI do have an update presentation for you folks that shouldn't take much more than 10 minutes. And should provide the public with a little bit more insight as well, and then we'll open the floor for the public hearing. Mr. Medford, give us just a chance to fire up our equipment here.
Okay, thank you. My name is Andy Mefford, for the record. I'm representing the developer of the news tonight for the Burnt Fork Estate subdivision. As said, I won't take too long. Just wanted to provide a brief update. There's what you'll see tonight is one slide I revised or updated that you had in that original presentation from the March 11th, maybe it was. I'm actually not 100% sure on that March 11th meeting. We could skip right to the numbers section of this. I had portrayed number of lots in the Creekside addition. And just wanted to clarify, in the Creekside addition, there were 65 R1 lots in that phases 3 through 5, with 62 multifamily lots or R2 lots, as that subdivision was approved. 2 lots were proposed that had multifamily housing on it, 12 plex, I think, and a 16 plex. Total of 129 lots. And if you use those estimates as proposed at that time, there would have been about 155 units or 2.7 units per acre in its entirety. As you can see, there's a parallel drawn to Burnt Fork Estates on the right. We actually have a reduction in the number of multifamily lots to 43 from 62. Single family went from 65 to 78. There are 16 commercial lots, 137 versus 129, and an estimation of maybe up to 225 single family or units in that for a density of 3.9. So that's just a little bit of an update. I don't know which place I should be on this mic. It's probably bad to be in and out. What's the difference?
Maybe, we'll see.
It does sound better, actually. You don't have to be quite as concise. There was a couple things, so we could go to that next slide. I gave the council members copies of it. So these are new slides that were not presented in this format in town council. Some of these slides you will see here at the recommendation council, we accepted a recommendation to hold a sort of a neighborhood meeting. PCI held that on Tuesday evening at 6 p.m. in the Stevensville High School. And these next couple slides you will see were a couple slides I did present at that meeting but have not been presented to council. So they're an update or in addition to your packet. We could maybe jump. Yeah, it'd be the one about the taxes. Back up one. So this is just again, we may get into some of these later, but just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview. One of the questions we've heard is, how does this development pay for itself? Is it on the back of taxpayers? Are other residents footing the bill? The current parcel of 57 acres as it stands today in 2020 paid a tax bill of $85.57 in total. 62% of it went to the schools. The school got $53 for that piece of dirt and $14 came to the town. At projection, again, until you really know everything, you have to, you're left to estimate, but I did the best I could to estimate single family home taxable value, multifamily commercial. At the end of the day, I came out with an estimation of around $400,000 in taxes, with 60% going to the school. That ratio was very similar between commercial and multifamily. It was right at around 60% going to schools. That would be $240,000 a year going to schools, with about $64,000 going to the town. As a slight side note, just a platted lot, bare lot in Creekside, was collecting $416 a year, $212 going to the school and $56 to the town. So just a platted lot in the subdivision was generating between 4 to 5 times the taxable revenue to the school and the towns as the 57 acres as it stands today. I mentioned this last time. We talked about in this meeting about infrastructure access fees. I went again and with that 225 unit estimate at a $3,850 per EDU connection on water, there's about 866,000, sewer at 1,035 per EDU, 232,000, close to $1.1 million could be contributed to infrastructure access fees over the life of the project. Building permits. Building permits, I'm presuming that the town probably, I'm not sure there's much money to be made in building permits. Presumably those are mostly covering costs and other things, but nonetheless, I went ahead and looked at building permits. I estimated building permits for the project in the neighborhood of $647,000. One can see the breakout there on the slides if you so choose. The next one, you could skip. That was the one we visited last time. You could skip. So these are a couple slides that I prepared after our meeting with the Creekside, or largely Creekside residents, but it was open to the public and anyone could come. We had some people not in Creekside certainly show up. We heard a couple things at that meeting, and one was a concern about traffic. We sort of heard, instead of the typical hear about the East Side intersection or the Logan Middleburg Fork, we heard there was some concern from residents and other things about some drag strips or these long blocks or potential increase in traffic. So I just put up a couple measures, the ways to help mitigate some of that. One would be a speed hump. I would not be proposing a speed bump. There's a much big difference in those two. Unfortunately, you can't read that little table, but if you could, on there was some of these streets, two-way streets, 40-foot wide, posted 25-mile-an-hour speed limits. They observed 85 percentile speeds in the neighborhood of mid-30s. After the speed up went in, they came down considerably into the 25 miles an hour range, pretty near the design speed of close property. The next slide is just another example of other measures that could be imposed. You could do curb extensions where you basically take the curb line and extend it or project it, narrow down or throw to the street. That's a way to bring pedestrians more out into vision. Those walkways sometimes can be elevated, but it's another measure again to kind of create a visual break of that long drag, if you will. So that's just another measure that could be considered. And then one more I put on there is called slow-in point, choke point. It's just creating basically distraction in the drivers, so they have to sort of break up that monotony or that long drag strip they see. So we may be discussing some of those tonight, and just wanted to put a little bit of that in there as preemptive. There was also discussion about stormwater. That was one of the things we heard, a concern about the safety of stormwater. I passed out a couple full-size pictures, and also there's the same inserts in this slide. That's a detention pond that would be very similar to what we'd be proposing. It's one I did up on Lolo Creek Trails up Highway 12, about 1.5 miles up. It's a large detention facility. Shallow, native grasses, maintained by a homeowners association. So it's just one example. We also had heard some concern about that. So we talked with the developer, and we would propose probably to fence the detention basin with like a wood post fence, split rail, and some no climb fence for safety concerns, and probably provide some gated access to it. Unfortunately, you can't read that slide, and it looks like there's a poor color choice in the room lighting. But I also there was a lot of concern or question about not similar to Creekside, how it differs. So I went through the Creekside covenants today and looked through them briefly, and the Burnt Fork Estates proposed covenants. And these are some parallels of some bullet points that you can see where there are parallels between those two covenants. They're not word for word. I can find things in one that I can't find in the other, and vice versa. So I'm not here to say they're a direct match. They're not, but there are definitely distinct connections and similarities between the two. So you've got those slides there. You can read those bullet points for yourself. The other thing we heard is, and it's sort of back to a covenant issue, not because it's limited for zoning, but after consultation with the developer, here's a slide or an example of some areas we would propose 23% of the R1 to be restricted to 1 story as well. So we proposed basically every lot that would front Creekside, and also the view shed to the west bordering the school, we proposed to limit to 1 story. So those are a couple things that we heard out of the neighborhood meeting. I think we had a good meeting myself. We heard and we're reinforced some of the things we've heard before, but there was a couple new things that come up. So we thought these might be some measures to provide some kind of additional comfort, if you will, to many of you. So I think, unless there's another slide, that's all I really have that kind of gives you some new information. Some of that was seen at that neighborhood meeting on Tuesday, and some of it will be brand new to council. Thank you.
One other update I'll share with council, as we agreed to at the last town council meeting, we discussed the subject. You gave us the go-ahead to provide a supplemental staff report for the Public Works Department, specifically given that there was some leadership changes in that department throughout the review of the subdivision. That report has been provided to the council. We gave that to folks yesterday, so we've had a little bit of time to review that. And it subsequently was also posted on the town website yesterday on the North State's page. So that is available for the public's review. As we thought, there isn't anything earth-shattering, so to speak, on the staff report. It concurs with the same conditions of approval that were recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board. And the representatives this evening actually addressed the other concerns that were brought up in that staff reports, particularly around drive speed and those issues around the road design. So I think that was really the bulk of what that report addressed. I think there were 4 additional items on that report that were offered to council for their consideration. And one of those, I think, was, for lack of a better term, trivial. It didn't necessarily, wasn't a condition necessarily that we were suggesting from the Public Works Department, but more so something that needed to be addressed on a broader scale regarding traffic concerns and issues that have been raised around Eastside Highway, Logan Lane, and Middleburn Fork Road. So rather than conditioning anything on the developers, because I think we agree that they don't solely own the problem of those intersections and of those roads. They own a portion of that if this project were approved. And so the philosophy is that everyone who owns a portion of that problem should be at the table to address the remedies. So throughout the project, understanding that this is a phased project over 10 years, the problem will look very different in phase 1 than it will in the last phase of the project. So I think that's an overview of that staff report. With that, we will go ahead and move forward on opening the public hearing. Please, if you're here to provide testimony to the council, you can state your name and address, or please state your name and address for the record, sign the sign-in sheet so the clerk has everything correct in the record for you. Unfortunately, public hearings are not structured for questions and answers. It's strictly comment. You can ask questions in your testimony, but don't expect the town council can respond or the representatives can respond to those questions during this hearing. It's just not structured that way. But we are here to listen to your comments and testimony. I had one other thought, but it must not have been very important. Okay. You'll also obviously have, hopefully, depending on how the council structures their discussion, you may have an opportunity under the business item as well to speak. So know that there's 2 opportunities on the agenda. The caveat to that is if the council does not move on any certain decision whether it's on the subdivision or the process, then you may not have an opportunity because we call for public comment on decision items. So with that, we'll go ahead and open the floor for public comment. Please go ahead and step up to the podium if you'd like to make a line. You're welcome to. Just please remember the distance.
Bob Michelson, 222 Turner Street. I'd like to turn your attention to a Bitterroot Star newspaper article dated Thursday, November 19th, 2014, by editor Michael Howe. The Stevensville Town Council approved a proclamation at its November 13th meeting in opposition to the construction of a large-scale retail facility in Ravalli County. Although the proclamation has no legality binding effect on development outside the town limits, council members felt they should make a public statement in opposition of such developments because of the potential negative effects on local businesses and the community of Stevensville. A modified version of the proclamation recently adopted by the city of Hamilton, Stevensville's proclamation, states that the town has long encouraged retail and commercial development in its historic downtown. The surrounding retail area on a scale that supports our historic qualities and supports the local community and employment. The proclamation defines a large-scale retail facility as one having equal or greater than 60,000 square feet of floor space. It notes that large-scale retail facilities often result in reduced employment, lower wages, increased poverty, decreased property values as a result of commercial vacancies, while leading to sprawl and adding to light pollution, noise pollution, increased traffic, and increased demands on emergency service. The proclamation also states that Stevensville's unique character is largely defined by a network of locally owned businesses and local nonprofits, and that areas dominated by large-scale retail facilities tend to lose their unique qualities and see diminished charitable contributions, social capital, and civic participation. The town of Stevensville wishes to preserve opportunities for entrepreneurship and to avoid retail poisoning, states a proclamation. Mayor Gene Nemeth said that research done following a failed attempt by Walmart to local and new facilities north of Hamilton a few years ago showed that small communities cannot absorb that kind of development like large cities can. He said if a large-scale facility were built in the valley, it would certainly affect Hamilton and Stevensville's downtown businesses. Mimax said that the research shows that some businesses will survive and may even be helped by such development, but that many more businesses will be negatively affected. Councilmember Tim Hunter said that the research shows that it helps some businesses such as gas stations, but that other businesses such as fabric shops, hardware stores, furniture stores, and grocery stores will likely go out of business. A few businesses may profit by such development, but many more do not, said Hunter, and the downtown business becomes a ghost town. Mimax said that although the proclamation is unenforceable, it does add another voice that opposes this kind of development. Councilmember Jim Cruz said that even though small businesses may not survive the presence of a large retail store, those that sell things Walmart doesn't sell will survive. He said research also shows that property values go up by 1 to 2% within half mile of such facilities. One member of the public said that if you move to Stevensville for a small town feel, if you want to shop at Walmart, I can drive to Missoula. So I don't see anything different. I don't see, we can take all the water issues, surface water, water rights, just this here. I do not see how any of each one of you in good conscience could vote for something that will kill this town. I moved here because of Main Street. And if you approve this commercial, you'll kill it. It'll take time, but you'll kill it. You're up here all the time. You have a business. You probably ran on keeping downtown. Paul, I remember you were very active on Main Street Association. Brandon, you ran on this whole thing. This whole thing. Main Street Association, Civic Club. And now you want to put a heart through the dagger. Shame on you all if this does that. You'll kill it. It'll take time, but you'll kill it. Thank you.
Is it okay if I move the diagram?
That's fine with me.
They belong to you, so.
Yeah, Mike, if you want to board.
Thanks.
Put it on there.
Yeah.
Let me,
I'll hold them.
see if I can help you. I don't know if it'll stick or not. We can try.
Perfect. Thank you.
Can you move that so we can see it?
I was just gonna ask you, can I bring that one over and this one over? These guys might not be able to hear, maybe just angle, so they're kind of side by side? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's fine.
Right. Is that gonna be? Okay.
You want that over here?
Well, I just, I'd move that one over here, you know, just so there, or maybe both of them here. I don't know who to block. Thank you. All right. Oh, sign in.
Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Susan Brown, and I live at 1138 Mid-Burnt Fork. Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I personally support a subdivision at this location. I'm not against a development here. March 4th, I presented a lot of information concerning impacts. And those are concerning water demand and impacts on roads, sewer. At Tuesday's meeting, I addressed specifically questions to Mr. Medford on the impact traffic report. I talked to him several times, and all three times he pretty well dismissed me because I was concerned about flaws in that report, as I pointed out on March 4th as well concerning water. I was very bothered by that. And so yesterday I contacted the Montana Department of Transportation. They brought up the information from the traffic report from your site. They analyzed it and said that I was correct, that there was a flaw in the traffic report, and that it underestimated the vehicular travel. You have that letter in front of you from him. He contacted the person who wrote the traffic report, Mr. Avalon. And Mr. Avalon called me this morning and said that yes, I was correct, that he made an error, he apologized, and that traffic report is flawed. So my concern to you is the input data that is going into this proposal. It's the same thing I pointed out March 4th. When you look at a model and you input data, it is critical that you know the number of households, not the number of lots, the number of households that go into those models. And those models are used to determine the impacts of the subdivisions. Those impacts are used to determine mitigation measures, which in turn are used to determine the costs. That is required by Montana state law before any preliminary plat is approved. The information on the water demand goes to DNRC and DEQ, and everything on the drainage reports need to be analyzed properly before we can make an approval of the subdivision. As well, and I want to go back to the discussion about the similarities between these two, that they're very, very similar. This is the preliminary plat that was approved for Creekside. And even though he's stating 43 lots of multifamily over here, if we look, you have to remember to look at households, not lots. As I look at Creekside and I start up at the top and move down, you can see that I increase in density till I get down to the bottom. And correct me if I'm wrong, but at the bottom, these lots are like 55 feet by 108, 0.19 acres. So although these 42 lots are in the R2 area, the plat map is showing that in fact, roughly all of these 42 are going to be single family homes, not part of the multi-65 that he put up on the slideshow. As well, right here in these multifamily, I can look at them and I know the number of household units. I have 12 and I have 16. I have concrete numbers. When I start at the top and move down in the R1, I can count the number of households. The only area that is a little bit vague, and it may have been in all those other documents of Creekside, but unfortunately I couldn't get those before tonight. So I'm not really sure the total household density right here. But just take a minute and we'll go back to that. I want to talk also about the vision. If I look at the vision here of the Creekside, Mr. Ellison had a vision and he liked things to look good. And one thing that I do like that Mr. Medford said is they're now looking at extending downward the number of homes that have just one level. But all of these I can count. I know how many single families are here. And maybe over here is an appropriate spot to put the 2-story ones so they don't block the view. But likewise on this, I could come in and I could determine the number of units. Right here, maybe these are ones that would be great 2-story, 6-plexes, 4-plexes, but I label them. So I know exactly what we're talking about in numbers. And maybe we move over visually and these are duplexes, but I label them. And that's going to do a couple of things. First of all, when somebody wants to buy a lot, they know what to buy. If they want a single family, they're going to buy here. If they want a large single family, they're going to buy up here. And so it's going to decrease the amount of time of review in terms of your planning staff, because it's been approved. It's going to be a 6-plex or it's going to be a 4-plex. Okay, it's going to save your time and the time of everybody in this room having to come back for hearing after hearing on one little lot. But again, if we just look at the overall, Jamie, one of your concerns were the straight roads, and you addressed it, Mr. Beffer, I'm glad. But if you look at the original one, look at all the curves that are already designed right into it to slow traffic. And I know Mayor, you were concerned about affordable housing, which I think is good. And down here, these smaller units, or excuse me, smaller lot sizes are the ones that are gonna have smaller homes, which are gonna be more affordable. Perhaps you could even get the developer to come down on the price of one and convince Habitat for Humanity to come in and do a house, just like they did for the Twin Creeks, and jumpstart this area. And you'd have at least one for sure affordable house, hopefully more, but that one would be guaranteed. In these areas, you can look at all of this open space for children to play. As well, if you come over to here and look at this spot, if you were able to put a bicycle pedestrian path, it would connect to the one already on the Middle Burnt Fork. That would reduce the impact on Logan Lane. And it's possible that the road department, given that, would take and accept that as an access point, I don't know. But in order for any of the impacts to be addressed, it is a requirement, it's a legal requirement before plat approval. DEQ and DNRC have to look at real numbers. The road department has to look at a revised traffic study with real numbers. You can't just say, well, maybe it's going to be a sixplex, maybe it's going to be a fourplex, maybe it's going to be this. And I actually looked, I know the other day he said Tuesday, a worst case scenario. And the worst case scenario, I think, was 131 units. But if you made every one of those that he had into fourplexes, that number, I think, I'm doing it off the top of my head. I didn't bring my notes. I think it goes up to about 178 versus 131. And it's not the 43 lots that he was talking about a minute ago when he was comparing this vision to this vision. You don't input lots into models. That was the error in the traffic study. That's exactly that was done, and which I guess they didn't want to hear on Tuesday. It's the same error that was made in the first water study where it said 239 gallons per minute. They corrected that to 600 gallons per minute. But if we don't know the exact numbers here, that could go up. Every time it goes up, it changes the impact. And that influences what DEQ, DNRC, and the road department is going to look at. I think if you talk about just vision and compare it in terms of the two developments, there's no commercial development here. And this is a thought out development. It's aesthetic. And like I said, if you added a few numbers here, we could quantify exactly the number of households. I think it's critical. I don't feel that you can make a decision on a preliminary plat legally without that information. Questions?
Again, this is unfortunately not an opportunity for dialogue.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
It's just,
No problem.
You're allowed to provide your comment and then we're ready for the next person.
Thank you.
Next, public comment.
Thank you.
Faster here so people can see.
Okay.
Thanks. Uh-oh.
Okay, my name is Joan Pfeiffer. I live at 534 Middle Burnt Fork Road, and I have lived there for about 30 years, plus native of the valley, so I kind of know Montana and the Bitterroot Valley and everything. And I've watched the developments of the valley and so on. And indeed, planning is so important. Just from what Ms. Brown has said, I do encourage you to listen to this gal and what she has had to say about different things. She has studied the water flow and everything else of the Burnt Fork area and has been spot on with her information. So just having heard that, I would really encourage you to listen on that one. But what I am here in behalf of is I'm the past Main Street director, which that has since folded. I'm over it, but I retired from there. But over 17 years, what we did was a lot here in town and trying to bring business into town and make it sustainable as possible. And we encourage people to come and do business here for it's Burnt Fork Estates, not Burnt Fork Town. So Stevensville is the town, and I just hope that you'll really look at it as far as the commercial development. I'm not against commercial development, but we need to keep it where it belongs, because what's here after we all leave is going to be what everybody else has to live with. And housing, I mean, it's a beautiful area, and the environment changes, and I'm sure that y'all will try to do the best you can with that to keep things beautiful and desirable. But we really want you, I mean, I sat through meeting after meeting with people, the community, updating the growth policy. And if you look at the growth policy, where the commercial growth is encouraged is Main Street and out about a block, about a half a block on each side and so on. And that's C2. That area has been addressed for commercial development and to support the rest of the business, because walkable communities and so on, that's very important. Business brings business. But when you disconnect, there in the growth policy, it encourages from Main Street and heading south, and it and in the downtown core, it does not, to avoid spread, address going east and every which direction, but to try to encourage it to stay just supportive of the downtown core. And I've watched these businesses over the years. They've had some very difficult times. They're here to serve the wants and the needs of the community. And the community, when they have met over the years, was always in support of the downtown businesses and to try to keep it, in a core, spreading south, not, heading up into the mountains and so on. So I just really would appreciate if you look at that growth policy, and check out, not saying you haven't, you probably have, but it is a policy and it is a guide, and it should be how we make our decisions for future growth, because it is, it has consulted with the community on their feelings regarding that as well. We worked for years trying to get people shop local. Well, when you have people who have worked to maintain the post office downtown, work to make sure that the community medical center settled down here and so on. And it's to keep it, because people, when they go there, then, they'll stop at the grocery store. And we want to be able to support those things and keep it, but not string it out and have it. And plus, you already have the infrastructure in this area, and that's what it's set for. And I just hope that as you look to the future, that you will really look at that and do that in support of our downtown businesses that we ask to be here to serve our wants and needs. So that's about all I have to say, other than the fact it will change traffic on Middle Burnt Fork, and I hope that can be addressed in a safe manner. Okay, that's it.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, for the record, Steve Gibson, Stevensville. I'm going to be very brief. I think you've had other comments from me in the past about other concerns. I do appreciate the representative last night. One thing I'm going to talk about the traffic and roads very briefly. I think the original, when the town gave permission for the developers to move forward, one of the conditions or one of the requests was that they get access from the county off Middleburn Fork Road and Logan, which are two county roads. We learned Tuesday, not only do they not have access from the county for Middleburn Fork Road, they also stated they don't have access off Logan. So I don't know how this could even move forward till that is taken care of. And it goes along with the traffic study. I think we talked about an updated traffic study that showed reducing the traffic on Logan because there'd be 50% more on Burnt Fork. But if you don't have access on Burnt Fork or Logan, how can that be? Also was stated, I think what somebody talked about the traffic study, and I asked that question, and the traffic study done by the private person who was hired, it appears was done a year ago during the total shutdown with COVID. No schools, no bars, no restaurants, just essential businesses. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us talk again. My name is Gretchen Spees. I own 317 Main Street. And forgive me for being a little bit redundant, but I do not have a problem with new developments. I know we're going to need them. I am very, very concerned about the density in that new plan. And also I'm mainly concerned about not having any commercial area out there. I believe what Joan says is true. They worked really hard on a growth plan. We should stick with the growth plan, because if we don't stick with the growth plan, the next developer is going to come and want to change it again and again and again. And it took a long time to get it together. The last time I spoke, I mentioned that there were at least 109 businesses that came and went in my 32 years of being on Main Street. And now I would like to tell you exactly what came in and what left. These are all businesses that arrived and then failed while I have been on Main Street. 2 accountants and tax prep, 5 antique stores, 1 arcade, 1 barber, 5 bars, 1 bead store, 1 candy store, 5 clothing stores, 2 coffee houses, 2 dance studios, 1 daycare, 3 doctor's offices, 22 food, in other words, restaurants, 22 of them, 3 fabric stores, 3 floral, 5 galleries, 2 gas stations, 2 general stores, 8 gift shops, 2 grocery stores, 4 hair salons, 1 insurance company, 1 laundromat, 3 lawyers, 3 massage parlors or massage technicians, 1 marketing company, 3 repair stores, 1 real estate, 4 general stores, 2 spas, 3 therapists, 1 video, and 2 yoga stores. That's a lot for our little tiny town to have go under. And mark my words, if we allow commercial anywhere outside of the zoned area, we're going to lose Main Street.
There's already been a couple of stores that have stayed empty for years, waiting for somebody to move in. And granted, for some reason, Stevensville Main Street people think that their property is gold, and so they do charge higher rents than Hamilton, and we've lost a lot of people to Hamilton. But still, we have a lovely downtown. We've worked really hard to keep it old and lovely. And please, do whatever you want with the rest of the estate, but do not allow commercial on out there. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I didn't die. Bet you're glad. Or not. My name is Leanna Rotovaugh, 204 Ravalli Street. I jotted some notes on that had probably make no sense at all while people were talking. One of the things I heard that it's part of our problem if there's a problem on Logan. But isn't that where how you're going to get to the commercial? Isn't it the commercial problem? It's not feasible to claim others are also responsible for traffic issues if a commercial district is there. Those who live in the area should not be part of any traffic issue. By the way, a hearing is to be heard. You're listening to us, I hope. I hope you hear that we feel strongly about this. One of the things the mayor did recently was hire Mr. Steve Kraus, who has no certification for his job. And yet, he has put himself in a nice position on Turner Street, where the mayor lives and where Bob Michelson lives. He has a commercial development there. It's called, I think it's Timberline LLC. He's a contractor, which if anybody has any brains at all should make you kind of wonder about whatever he says. Just to let you know. Here's what I wrote before I came here. I fail to understand why we are here. 98% of the town have expressed their wishes for this project to be denied. Yet here we are. At least one council member and our esteemed mayor have voiced their approval of this disaster. How do we reach you? Are the two of you so enamored of getting your way that you will, no matter what, never give in to the wishes of your constituents? Mr. Ludington, are you going to sit there and proclaim that your wishes rise above those of your citizens? How do you justify this? Do you know the meaning of represent? It means to speak, act, or be present officially for another person or people, not yourself. Now, we all know you're in favor of this. It doesn't matter what we say, which I call arrogance. Arrogance is extremely proud, thinking that one is much more important than other people. Overbearing pride evidenced by a superior manner toward inferiors.
Ms. Rotovaugh,
I'm done.
refrain from attacking council members that we appreciate.
I'm done. I knew you were going to try and stop me because you always do, but I'm done. Try and think about this before you go any further. We don't want this.
Good evening. My name is John Croft. I live at 1618 Creekside Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the approval with conditions, or denial of the preliminary plat for Burnt Fork Estates. Throughout my comments, I'll refer to Burnt Fork Estates as BFE. I encourage the town council members to vote to deny the preliminary plat for BFE for these reasons. One, Logan is a heavily used and fairly unsafe farm road. BFE will add significantly more traffic on Logan, as it appears to be the main and possibly the only entrance and exit points for BFE traffic. This puts Logan in the category of extremely dangerous for vehicles, bicycle riders, runners, walkers. Two, contrary to the developers' representatives saying the subdivision is not high density, I believe any reasonable person reviewing the preliminary plat would consider the subdivision very high density, which is much different than the neighboring Creekside Meadows. Attaching BFE to Creekside Meadows will severely alter the beautiful character of Creekside Meadows. Further, the environmental impact on wildlife, water, and clean air will be enormous. Three, water is a huge issue. No water, no BFE. From what I've read in the local newspaper and heard at council meetings, there are extremely questionable water rights for BFE. This alone should raise the red flag and compel council members to deny the preliminary plat. Four, the commercial portion of BFE is a traffic hazard, a threat to the downtown businesses, and completely unnecessary. In my opinion, I believe it's just a way for the developer to make more money. So in conclusion, please vote to deny the preliminary plat for BFE. Thank you.
Good evening. It's good to be up here again before the council and the citizens behind me. My name is Jim Kalkofen. I live at 287 Birch Lane, and I'm here tonight to showcase the incomplete application on the agenda. Because it is incomplete now, I feel the Burnt Fork information so necessary for an informed decision can only be made once the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. For example, the Planning and Zoning Board made several suggestions during their Burnt Fork meetings. The minutes from those two meetings have not been approved by the board, and until they are in the hands of the council for review, this process is flawed and incomplete. In those board meetings, there was a request to connect the residential area to the bike walking path along Middle Burnt Fork Road. That has not been shown on the latest Burnt Fork plat, which makes it incomplete. At Tuesday's question and answer session, Andy Mefford from PCI admitted the proposed subdivision did not have approved accesses. The original access to Middle Burnt Fork Road was in fact denied. And even though we've seen revised plans without access approval, has been pointed out earlier this evening, the proposal is incomplete. At that same meeting, Andy Mefford also stated that PCI had not revisited this access issue with the county road department because they had other issues to contend with. Those issues, while being tackled, leave more answers unknown, making this application incomplete. On Tuesday night, it was also explained that a maintenance plan for the proposed retention ponds has not been prepared. This is yet another incomplete factor. The council needs to know that such a plan is in place and who will maintain retention ponds. The Planning and Zoning Board meetings produced a consensus that the $200 per lot fee for road mitigation was not what was required by the county. The developers were asked to work with the county road department to determine that amount. That has not been done and means the application is incomplete. At the same time, in a March 16th letter from the school, the mitigation amount was mentioned, but has not been addressed, making this application incomplete. When this mitigation factor is finally decided, it must be on the numbers of family units, not lots. The verbal agreement stated by both council members and developers' representatives is that Burnt Fork is responsible for paying for the new booster station when it's needed. However, that language is not in the proposal. Until it is in writing for all to see, this application is incomplete. You've heard it before, you know it yourselves. The traffic study remains seriously flawed. The traffic analysis has relied on lots, not the number of total family units. Lots don't drive, people do. Until this is addressed, the application is incomplete. The total number of housing units has fluctuated throughout this process. Until that number is on paper, as Susan Brown indicated earlier, and the council knows what that number is, only then can decisions be made. Until then, the application is incomplete. From day one, when the Burnt Fork subdivision proposal was first unveiled, words have been used comparing it to Creekside Meadows HOA. Quote, "It would mirror Creekside," was a typical description. When confronted with the fact that Burnt Fork would allow two-story homes within the R1 residential section adjacent to Creekside, potentially blocking views of the sapphires and bitterroots by Creekside residents, the developer's representatives said they would look at this. They did. Thank you, John, Andy. And I'd like to also see a plat with where those lots would be, and I'm sure the council would. And so that we knew that two-story would be allowed on those X's or one-story only on those X's. Along the same lines, when comparing Burnt Fork to Creekside, is this request for rezoning 8 acres from R2 to commercial. This is so far from the character of Creekside as to make it absurd. That in itself should place the entire application under the deny category. Subdivision plat, commercial rezoning. It's one application that must be denied. The commercial rezoning started out with 16 lots. Looking at the maps lately and the plats, it's apparently now 14 lots. Until that number is known, this application is incomplete. The developer's representatives continue to use words that the commercial district would be for offices. That's in the proposal. That's what you're looking at. Once it is rezoned to C2, if it would be, commercial uses would be in effect and dependent on lot owners. Town codes include eating and drinking establishments and retail trades. It's been even expressed that there might be covenants for this area. Are covenants for commercial zones even legal? It's a gray area that makes this application incomplete. The developers continue to state that a letter dated December 2019 from Creekside HOA, signed by me, Creekside president, categorically was not in favor of any development. That's a gross misrepresentation and out of context. My sentence actually read, quote, "The HOA is not in favor of the development as described." Let me read that again, quote, "The HOA is not in favor of the development as described." Quote, "We did not mention open space or cows, as we have been accused. The HOA maintains that the distinct issues of multifamily homes, the commercial district, covenants, and water issues all make Burnt Fork very different from Creekside. One further comment on the commercial zone. It does not belong at the corner of Middle Burnt Fork Road and Logan Lane, period." At the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, a question was called into the board asking if approvals would be granted and the building for phase one would commence. Would construction trucks and crews access the building sites from Burnt Fork property, or would they use the Creekside streets? The wishy-washy answer was not clarified. Until that is in writing and states that the traffic, if it would ever come to be, would come through Burnt Fork, according, and in the application is incomplete. At the March 11th council meeting, Mr. Mayor said he would request a water capacity study from the new Public Works Director. I haven't seen it, but I will look at it. However, Mr. Mayor, I feel that the water capacity survey should be done by an impartial and independent firm. I also feel going forward with this proposal without water rights makes the entire exercise incomplete. The town's water rights attorney said he expects answers by year end 2022. The Department of Environmental Quality subdivision laws state that if the proposed property will use public water, that the public water system must be in compliance. With 3 town wells not permitted, that means is not in compliance. When that occurs, the application is incomplete. During the March 11th council meeting, the developer's representative pointed out that a subdivision cannot be denied solely on non-conformance with a growth policy. Why make that statement unless it is? Well, the growth policy water capacity addresses water hookups and many other issues. In fact, the developer's representative not only said it, but he has the quote on some of the pages that you saw a few of this evening. He said, quote, "Per page 12, the growth policy states that the platting of Creekside Plat and Twin Creeks Plats brings the water system to capacity. It does not state capacity is exceeded." Well, I may be simple, but I am not dumb. If at capacity with these build outs and 46 homes and 4 businesses have been built in Stevensville since the 2016 growth policy, along with the 16 unit apartment nearly complete by ACE and a new laundromat using the equivalent of 16 houses worth of water monthly, also 14 or 16 commercial lots. And now Twin Creeks is requesting some rezoning from R1 to R2, which would mean more homes. You add these water demands, means the town will be forced to expand water capacity. This consideration should weigh heavily on the council and is another major question making this application suspicious and incomplete. The developer's representative also stated on March 11th that the project would contribute hundreds of thousands of dollars in infrastructure fees to help payment of all offsite system improvements. If in fact those dollars arrive over the next several years, up to a decade or more, who pays for those improvements that would be needed now? This is another serious matter necessary for council consideration. When asked about adding 220 plus more homes to the stormwater drain system that flows into North Swamp Creek, the developer's response was that this was part of the design and approval process, but would probably not need a permit. It seems with this application that the council would want to know about the permit issue, and until that information is available, this application is incomplete. The completion of subdivision roads, sidewalks, and infrastructure was discussed the other evening. The developer's representative said a security bond of 125% is typically expected. Has this been done? Is it part of the language? Is it in the application? Is it in writing? If not, this application at this point is incomplete. To move this application forward without answers is a dereliction of duty. Not only should the council know, but the taxpayers also want to know. Thank you.
Victoria Howell, 609 Middle Burnt Fork. I'm going to read mine because I'm incoherent if I don't. Thank you for this opportunity to speak one more time about the proposed Burnt Fork Estates subdivision. This subdivision is obviously very controversial for many reasons, but I'm going to focus on just one issue, and that's the proposed rezoning of the 14 to 16 lots from R2 residential to C2 to add a commercial development at the corner of Middle Burnt Fork and Logan. There have been comparisons made between the original Creekside Meadows subdivision plan and this new plan. There's no question that when this property was annexed into the town, it was with the belief that housing would eventually be built on this piece of ground. There's absolutely no intention of including commercial development there. If so, there would not now be a request to rezone from residential to commercial. The consultants for the developer have mentioned several components of Stevensville's current growth policy, but the parts they never mention are these. The growth policy says, quote, "There are many elements of Stevensville that serve to shape the town's identity. Stevensville's connection to Montana's beginnings, proximity to the natural environment, and the safe small town feel all contribute to the sense of place that residents cherish and that serves to attract visitors and new residents. Stevensville's 2016 growth policy update reflects the community's desire to preserve these unique aspects of the town while envisioning a future of coordinated growth and ongoing success," unquote. The growth policy has a section on goals, objectives, and implementation. 13 goals are identified. Goal number 1 is encourage reuse and infill in existing commercial area. Goal number 9 is provide for the continued success of downtown Stevensville. Nowhere in the growth policy is there any mention of expanding, improving, or even allowing commercial development on the east edge of town. This was not part of the vision for the town in the current growth policy. And this proposal for commercial development at the corner of Middle Burnt Fork and Logan is not in conformance with the growth policy. The area east of the corner of Middle Burnt Fork and Logan is essentially rural with large ranches. The consultants keep mentioning 2 commercial enterprises that are already located on Middle Burnt Fork Road, the food bank and the bus parking lot. They are not examples of the kind of businesses that would likely locate out there. What would most likely be built there would be a strip mall. And as Councilmember Ludington has said, those would have common walls, which are the most economical way to utilize that space. Our downtown's identity, it provides a sense of place and contains our cultural institutions like the museum, the library, the theater, and the town hall. There's room for growth downtown with commercial zoning already in place on Buck Street and on Church Street. The downtown generates more tax revenue than it consumes, and developing more businesses in the downtown should be the town's focus per the growth policy. It makes sense for you as the town council to look at ways to help preserve and enhance our downtown. It does not make sense for you to go out of your way to violate your own growth policy, which should be the guide for zoning decisions. Please do not approve commercial development in the proposed subdivision. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
point of order. I've been misquoted. They do not have common walls. There is a 7.5-foot side yard setback. They're independent buildings. C1 allows for no side setback. C2 does not. And if that was what you heard, that I was misunderstood. They will be separate buildings. It will not be a strip mall. They do not have common walls. They're independent buildings from each other in C2.
Well, I hope they won't be there at all.
All right, is there any further public comment for the hearing?
Good evening, Jim Edwards, 601 Main. Boy, coming out of Missoula, hearing a lot of Missoula stuff. Save open space and affordable housing, which I've heard for 40 years in Missoula, and I haven't seen it yet. But one of the things I want you guys to take a good look at is what Missoula has done is they'll put a commercial area in one area and turn the other area into a ghost town. And that's what will happen here. Now, I know it's going to be light commercial, but I mean, what the heck? What's a subdivision without a Lucky Lil's and a town pump? Do we need one out there? I don't think so. So I think putting businesses out there, not only have you guys even looked at the traffic impact, what businesses bring in from semis coming in, more garbage disposal, more area for the police department to have to go out and check on, more areas for the fire department to check on. The town of Stevensville struggles as it is. There's no reason to change the zoning out there for business. It's definitely not set up for business. I'm not worried about it for a grocery store because I don't even think Lucky's would build a grocery store there. But I'm going to tell you that it's a huge mistake. And I think you guys really, I mean, just sitting on this tonight, you guys really need to take a good look at this because you guys are opening up for a lot lawsuits on this one. So I would just take a look at our neighbors. And that's Missoula, and see if that's what you guys want this little town to turn into, because this is a great little town. So really, I take a good look at this. I think housing, we need housing. And seriously, please don't talk about affordable housing unless you guys really have ideas for it. And unfortunately, affordable housing is going to be 8 plexes and 16 plexes or apartment buildings, because to build a house nowadays is almost impossible for a single family. But you know, I have no problem with a nice housing subdivision, but to bring the added traffic and cement and pavement that businesses bring in, you don't need it, especially in a area where families are gonna be. Thanks for your time.
Hi, I'm Lori Green, 302 Creekside Meadows. I do not approve of the commercial. I do not approve of the settling ponds. When we get high water and snow, my house has a pump to bring the water out. There's nowhere for it to go. So when those overflow, because all the water is going to go into those, and it overflows, and my house is now damaged, and there's nowhere for that water to go, and nobody can decide who's going to be responsible for those settling ponds. You'll probably put another special district fee on us for the development you want to do. And then my other big issue is you're doing that apartment complex on East Side Highway. It's open space, lots of land for cars to park. I have no idea how you're going to get 4, 6, 8 people with 2 cars each parking on that little lot that you want to have as multifamily housing. It's just ludicrous. There's going to be no street parking because it's going to be just one big parking lot of cars. And if every family has 2 vehicles in there and you want to have a 16-plex, I have no idea. Look at some of these lots. Like, where are you going to park these cars? It's like you guys aren't even focusing on it. And you only have one other exit for all of this. It's like, it's ludicrous. Move this over to here, eliminate that, and you have something that's viable. Right now, it's just like, I worked in a jail, okay? I know what lockup is. This is like lockup. It's absolutely ludicrous. I don't know why we have to be Missoula. You know, smart growth. I'm for growth. I'm not for having it so you have people on top of people and then they're all in my neighborhood parking. I mean, it's just doesn't make sense. Move half of that, make them larger lots and have so the kids, I mean, you're saying, oh, a park's what, 20, 30 feet wide? You don't even have parking for anybody. I mean, you've got to look at the total infrastructure and how many families. We don't need mass congestion there. I mean, it needs to be, and you guys are the ones that have to approve or disapprove this. And it's not about them making billions of dollars. It's about the betterment of the community. And what is smart growth? There'll be other plots that come up for development, and it's smart growth. It's not throwing 4-story apartment buildings in. It's about smart growth, and where people go, God, this is nice. This is nice. I would like to live there. But like, this is just like sardines. And I'm pretty upset. And then that settling pond, you guys, oh, well, it's going to be all to standard. To what standard? And when we get a big snow year and a lot of rain and our houses can't maintain and there's no drainage because they're overflowing, what then? You're going to go, oh, well, he's already backed out. He made his millions, and it's the people that buy in there. Are the homeowners going to be in charge of it? What homeowner knows anything about that? I don't. I tell you all about lockup, but I know nothing about how you manage a settling pond. And if they get a walk away and there's not an oversight that the town takes total responsibility and that you don't put all the bills on the Creekside Meadows because they want to add taxes. They're not even paying for half of what they want to just, you guys want to tax all of us. I am not an open checkbook. I'm on a fixed income. And I think you really, it's not about total tax dollars. What is it going to cost to put in all the water systems, all the sewer systems and all that to every single family? I went to a drive-through in Hamilton, and I asked the guy, I go, do you live here? And he goes, I do. I said, what's your water bill? He goes, $35 a month. I said, mine's 85 and it can shoot up to 250 because of watering my lawn. I mean, we're just already up to here. And then you're going to put more taxes on us for more sewers and more water. And what are we going to be, 400 a month just for sewer and water? And you want to have affordable? Who can afford that? No one. You guys have to really look at the big picture. It's not about not wanting growth. We need growth. It needs to be smart growth. I talked to half the business people here. I'm new here. I've been here a year and a half. I have a mouth. I talk to a lot of people. They do not want the commercial growth. They want smart growth. They don't want mass density. They want more homes, but they want it so it's a beautiful community. That's why I moved to Stevensville. I love it here. But you guys really have to listen to Jim and every one of these other people. They're speaking from the heart, and you guys represent us. And I hope you listen to us, and I hope you make them go back and redesign it to something that people will go, yes, Stevensville has a vision. Not that somebody bought this property and they throw it at you and you guys go, oh, okay, well, this is what's going to go on. And here we are. You guys have to be the infrastructure and say, no, we're not going to have this high density. We're going to have growth, smart growth. And you guys have to put these guys in check. They can go develop something else and make their money, but they don't need to make $10 billion off of us. And it's us as the homeowners in this community, not even just Creekside, but everybody who lives here who's going to be paying extra taxes because the money isn't going to be 100% supported by those people. You're going to pass it on to all of us. So thank you very much, and I hope you listen to everyone who has spoken tonight. I speak from my heart. Thank you.
Further public comment on the public hearing? All right, we will close the public hearing for Norfolk Estates, and we're going to take probably a 7-minute break or so, just to let people use the facilities and stretch their legs a bit, and we'll reconvene and address unfinished business. All right, we'll reconvene Stevensville Town Council meeting after a brief recess. We've closed the public hearing listed on tonight's agenda and we'll move into unfinished business. Council has before them discussion decision, approval with conditions, or denial of preliminary plat in your subdivision known as Burnt Fork Estates. So from this point, you've had 3 public hearings. You have a review and recommendation report from the Planning and Zoning Board, a staff report from the administration. And you have an opportunity to hear from the developers on 2 occasions now here in this setting. So I'm not sure what council's intent is tonight in terms of forward steps. When we did the planning and zoning board meetings, at the end of that process, at the end of the discussion, we worked through each of the criteria for subdivision review, and you have basically the review and recommendation report that was given to the council is the format that we followed in terms of addressing each of those criteria, the findings of fact, the conclusions of law, and then addressing those prerequisites of approval, and then ultimately coming up with the conditions. So with that, we do have that document available in terms of if council wants to work through those pieces, we can go through those step by step and make those notes and get that prepared if that's the route we want to go. But I'll more or less leave it up to the majority of you to kind of drive how this looks going forward. Not all of you at once, please.
I think the one elephant in the room with this whole thing has been the proposed C2 zoning. We can't, I can't deny that I've heard at least 45 people in the last couple weeks say that they're very much so against the C2 zoning. My views on that is it would rip the it would put a tear in the middle of the it would put 2 commercial centers in the town, which a town of this size we can't sustain at this moment. And because of this, for that one section, I'm going to make a motion to deny the proposed C2 zoning.
Okay, so a second.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Vick, second by Ms. Devlin to deny the C2 zoning request. Council discussion. Okay. Are you sure?
I think that there's certainly an opportunity here for us to separate this from the proposal, which I am not opposed to. I understand your reluctance to want to accept the rezoning of that particular area, but I think what we probably will need to do is separate that from the proposal, because it is considered part of the proposal. So if we separate it from the proposal, then I think we can make a decision on whether or not we want to accept that rezoning. But I think the proper way to go about this is to separate it from the proposal. And otherwise, we're looking at denying the whole thing. And I'm not saying that that's not what we're going to do, but I think that that's, I think that that's the proper way to go about it.
Right. In that case, I'll rescind my motion and I will submit a motion to separate out the proposed C2 zoning.
Second. All right, it's been moved by Mr. Vick and seconded by Mr. Short, the previous motion being rescinded to consider the C2 zoning and preliminary plat separately. Council discussion.
Yeah, I'll just go on the record right now and saying that the only reason that in the discussions that planning and zoning had, the only reason that they were thinking about a C2 zone was that multifamily is allowed in C2, but it's allowed at a lower density. I think that there's also, I am in entire agreement with what has been said about the downtown area. I think that there's no doubt going to be an effect to the downtown area if there is allowed eating establishments and that type of thing in that C2 zone. But the reason that, in my opinion anyway, the reason that the planning and zoning board was okay with it was because rather than 16 units per acre, it's 10. So we were lowering the R2 density because it is already zoned R2. So I don't know if that was the intent of the developer, was to try to lessen the amount of multifamily in that area or not, but that was the only reason that we left it alone and allowed for an opportunity for them to put tighter restrictions on what would be allowed out there. I think under the town building ordinance, you can make them more stringent, you can't make them less. So we couldn't say, okay, because of this, we'll allow this that normally wouldn't be permitted. But we can say, this is normally permitted, we won't permit it here. So that was the understanding, in my opinion, of what was done for in the C2 zoning as far as the planning and zoning board's recommendation.
Right, I understand that. My thing is, and I completely agree. I mean, if the intent is for residential only to be out there, then let's leave it zoned residential and put conditions on that. That's how I would view it, rather than give them a chance to have 3 apartment buildings and then bam, you got a Starbucks, and then 3 more apartment buildings and then a Walmart neighborhood market. Let's leave it to where it can be residential only. And that's how, that's my view of it.
I'm an advocate for a lot of businesses here in Stevensville and throughout the Bitterroot Valley. I work hand in hand with several. I am on a lot of boards that promote our businesses downtown. And it's something I'm extremely passionate about. And to even remotely consider damaging that, I can't do that. I can't do that, and I won't do that. This community has worked too hard to preserve the businesses that are here. They've worked too hard to work side by side and help our community thrive. I think it would be, I think we have a moral obligation more than anything. We don't have Main Street anymore. We have to help our businesses that we currently have. That's our obligation. To think of commercial anywhere else at this point, I can't do that.
The Main Street is the heart of Stevensville, and that's where it needs to stay.
Okay. Any further council comment? Motion on the floor is to separate the zoning request from the preliminary plat decision. Okay, we'll open the floor for public comment. Public comment is on the separation of the decisions.
Steve Gibson, Creekside.
Go ahead. It will need to be turned on, Mr. Gibson. It's on. There you go. Thank you.
Okay. So my understanding though, if you do, this is usually what happens, if you do not approve that part, C2, which is, I think is a good idea, it will have to go back and be redone to the planning board. Am I correct? If you take out a portion of this, what's on the proposal now, these people are gonna come back and they're gonna have to redesign, not C2. So it would have to go back to the planning board, correct?
Not necessarily the previous zoning. So if the developers reconfigure the subdivision substantially because of the C2 zoning is not permitted, or because the C2 zoning isn't granted, and they change the layout of the subdivision, then yes, that could initiate a restart. But if they leave the lots and the configuration exactly as it is, with no substantial modification, the R2 zoning is already in effect.
But I think at the community meeting, they said it came up, this very thing about they'd have to go back and redo it. So it'd have to be a new plan. Whether it's incomplete now, it would really be incomplete then. I mean, I doubt if they're just gonna leave those 16 or 14 lots as green space. And they'd have to come back and say what they're gonna do.
Today, they could leave those lots alone and leave them as R2 and build multi-family
Well, I really
residential.
think you're gonna have to go back, it'd be a replat. It's just, thank you.
Jim Calcopen. It was my understanding when I read the full application that it was a subdivision and a rezoning request. Same application for two things. If you deny the C2, in my opinion, I would like to get the town's legal opinion from their attorney and find out if that's something that can in fact be done by just taking a portion out, especially when you don't know what might go in. So my interpretation, again, I said I'm pretty simple, is that it's a subdivision application and a rezoning request combined in one big chocolate cake. And if you take a big chunk out of it, you don't know what is going in there. Sure, it's R2, but how many lots, what's going to be there? You have to know that. It begs the water capacity, traffic studies, and all of those issues again. So I can't see the council just looking at one part of it by eliminating another part. That's my opinion. Thank you.
You already have a traffic study.
Stating your name.
Oh, I'm sorry,
please.
Susan Brown. You already have a traffic study that has been determined by the Department of Transportation of Montana to be in error. And if you change any of the numbers that go into an impact study, it changes the impact. So any changes, there aren't any numbers right now, it's commercial. That is what went into that traffic study. That's what's gone into the water demand study. You change that to residential, and we don't know the numbers. You've changed the impact, and that's violating subdivision law and determining the impacts.
John Kellogg, PCI. As far as numbers go, certainly appreciate Susan Brown's analysis and that type of thing that keeps us on our toes. Unfortunately, Susan was a little in error in the estimates she said would go into this commercial area. If it goes C2, the number of residences that would potentially go in there is 48. If it goes to R2, that number jumps up to, I believe, said 128, which is not possible. As far as the comparison of this commercial and what would go in there, I appreciate Jim Edwards' comments here. And when we had the Sears store in this building here, we worked along with your dad on advertising, and it was a great effort. So I appreciate local businesses here on Main Street, having been one. This is not intended to draw away from downtown. It couldn't be a Lucky Lulz. It couldn't be a town pump by the zoning. It's a low impact type of commercial zoning that is likely, as we had suggested in the application, it could be medical offices, dentist offices, professional offices. There are other fairly low impact commercial uses. And the likeliest comparison, I guess, is behind the post office where there is C2. and that has a dentist office. It's got multifamily, and it's got a gym. The C2 that is on the backside of Main Street here is largely unused because it would require a conversion of a lot of the residences to commercial use. So it's difficult to draw a comparison there. This proposal is for commercial use that's compatible to be in the neighborhood with residences. It's not a high intensity use. The town has zoned a 400-foot wide swath south of town down to Feed and Farm that's C3, far more intensive. And that, although it's been in place for a long time, has not drawn commercial from downtown. And that's not our intent. And we certainly don't want to do that. Thank you.
Just so we can keep this conversation going with the town council, as a reminder, folks, right now is not necessarily the time we're debating on whether the C2 is approved or not approved. We're debating on whether or not the two decisions should be considered, or the zoning and the preliminary plat should be considered together or separately. So if you don't mind, please keep our comments to that point.
All I'm saying is if you change it from commercial to residential too, the numbers going into the model will change. I'm not going to say what they'll be, because the whole thing is, I don't know. If things were specified, if I knew it was going to be a 10 unit, I could answer the question. If I knew it was going to be a 6 unit, I could answer the question. But those numbers by the developer keep changing. And I have just done, this could be the worst case scenario, but honestly, until they're nailed down, nobody knows.
I'll keep the comment directly related to the two applications and the splitting. I certainly would like an opportunity to speak more to the commercial on the merits of the commercial at the appropriate time if that's available. But as far as there were two distinct applications, two distinct fees, I certainly think they can be separated. So if you want to take action on to approve commercial or not, or consider commercial with conditions or something, I think you'll have to take that under consideration. But I don't see any reason the subdivision application on its own merit can't go forward. And if there was still even merit or consideration for the through connection, I think that would still be something we were willing to entertain, the connection to Burnt Fork. The other thing to think about in this, just touching on it, some of the things I would touch on back is the growth policy of merits of commercial. And there's also this commercial rezone had implications related to the donation of the fire lot too as well. So I may refrain to that discussion if there's more dialogue about that later.
Any further public comment on separating the two decisions? Okay, Mr. Mefford does bring up a good point in that two distinct fees were paid for the subdivision application and for the rezoning application. We combined the processes for efficiency's sake because they were related project-wise. And I think from that perspective, and I don't know after this decision as to whether or not to split them, what your intent is going forward into the rest of the evening. If you split the decisions, I would ask you not to make a decision on the zoning this evening because it's not agendized as such. You do have the ability, because of the way the agenda item reads, you could make a decision on the preliminary plat. But the C2 zoning would be something I think we should agendize separately once you break those decisions apart, if that's in fact what passes. So just a more or less a word of caution, but that I don't see anything prohibiting you if you split them out and you decline the C2 and you approve the preliminary plat, and maybe the reverse order. The R2 zoning still stays on the property, and so the lots remain exactly the same if approved by the preliminary plat. Those lots would remain exactly the same unless you conditioned that they change or unless the developer came back with a new proposal to change those lots. So, which I think if preliminary plat approval were granted with conditions, I see it unlikely that they would start the process over to reconfigure that subdivision. So, but that I think will be part of the preliminary plat approval discussion at that, when that decision comes before you, whenever that might be. So any last council comments or public comment on separating decisions?
You know, the only reason I suggested that is because it was part of the planning and zoning condition recommendation. It was included in that. So rather than trying to rewrite the entire conditions, if that was where we wanted to go with the subdivision approval tonight, I thought that it would be easier just to separate that portion of the conditions out. Because like probably you have, I have questions on some of the other conditions since what we've heard in testimony in the last meetings. I have some questions that have evolved from that. And I thought that, you know, this might be an opportunity for us to take a first little bite of this potentially large, extremely large condition or decision by the council.
All right, with that, motion on the floor is to separate the zoning change request from the preliminary plat decision. We will call for the vote. Ms. Bergkamp?
Councilmember Devlin,
Aye.
Councilmember Ludington,
Aye.
Councilmember Sherrod,
Aye.
and Councilmember Vick.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Council remains with the agenda item for them if they wish to further consider the item. You still have the ability to review the preliminary plat if you want to continue that conversation this evening.
I'd rather not wait and do it all in one night. We have had ample opportunity to go through this. We've had ample opportunity to hear concerns and questions answered. I don't know what more we need, what more in a week, what more. I mean, I don't. We're hearing the same things. We've chewed on the same topics.
But with us separating out the proposed C2 zoning, don't we have to re-agendize that part?
That part?
Yeah, so if you wanted to consider the preliminary plat approval this evening, that's completely permissible. The C2 zoning is something you'll have to consider on a future agenda.
Okay. There is some things I would like to see in the R2 zoning different. So I don't know if we have to separate that out in order to make changes to that.
I think we can add them to conditions if that's what you're considering.
Okay. The condition that I would like to have on the R2 zoning is that multiplex housing be limited to duplexes. And I will make that motion.
And Mr. Vick has made a motion to condition the R2 zone of Burnt Fork Estates as duplex only housing.
Duplex or single family.
Okay, duplex or single family. Is there a second to the condition, to the motion, excuse me? Motion dies for lack of a second. If you'd like, you can discuss conditions and agree to the conditions as a bulk if you want to. I'm going to cautiously make the assumption that you have reviewed the conditions of approval that the Planning and Zoning Board has recommended. It may be a good starting place to look at those conditions and decide what you want to keep or remove or add.
Yes, can I just open up some dialogue? We can go through this, but I'm concerned. So we've spent so much time talking about water and sewer. I guess my concern is if we approve the subdivision, once it's in, it's in. Like, there's nothing we can do once it's in. And we haven't really talked about the effects that it has on the town of Stevensville itself. We just talk about Logan, Burnt Fork, water and sewer. All that traffic goes somewhere. All those people are gonna go somewhere. And when I read this and it says 3 to 600 or 2,000 to 4,000, I view that as vehicles that are gonna be driving, not just on those roads, but they're gonna be in our town. We have intersections that if we had taken half of the passion and emphasis that we've spent on this whole subdivision and taken those into consideration a decade ago when we knew this was gonna happen, we wouldn't be sitting here today. But now it's this big, huge deal because we're here. I feel like we as a council are sitting here holding a bag for lack of planning over a decade. And to be honest, I'm really having a hard time with that. We can't do anything about that, but why hasn't somebody done something along the way to prepare for this? Creekside was approved forever ago. We've known about it. We've known Twin Creeks. We've known that Stevensville is going to grow. And we have done nothing to prepare for that. And now we have to hurry up and make all these decisions for this subdivision to go in. And, well, that's not the developer's fault. Good on you, right? You made an investment, great. A lot of other people and people in this room had the same opportunity to buy that land and do with it what they want. It's not the developer's fault. We are in this position with all these questions and concerns and these fear for lack of planning over a decade. And we somehow think we're gonna sit down and go through all of these conditions or approvals and come up with this magic plan that should have taken or started place 12, 13, 15 years ago. And we're gonna do that in a couple nights. I don't think it's possible. To be completely honest, I don't think that we in 2 nights can mitigate all of these issues to make our town safe, to make our town happy, and to make our town still continue to thrive in a way that we are all accustomed to it thriving and working. I'll follow up with that. We finally have the opportunity to possibly have 4 police officers. We're still behind by 2. We should have 6. Some say we should have 7. So we're gonna add, and I know it's gonna be over a 10-year process, but we're gonna add more, which means we need more safety in our town that's taken us this long to just get this far. People don't want their taxes raised. I get that. I mean, I have real estate, I have commercial buildings, I have homes. I get it. I pay plenty of taxes. But we're looking at spending money to prepare for something that's going to happen instead of taking care of these issues for the people that we have here now. And I don't feel good about that. I don't know why we're all of a sudden going through all this and worrying about Logan and worrying about Burnt Fork, worrying about, East Side and Main Street and Burnt Fork and Main Street. We should have been worrying about these all along. We should have been preparing for this all along. And we haven't. They need an answer from us. And we're still sitting here with our teeth in our mouth trying to figure out what should have been done 12, 15 years ago. And I'm a little hot about it. I don't think we're in a fair position. I really don't. And I don't know how to make a right decision about this because it affects so many things. So I'm just coming right out the gate with that. We can go through conditions, we can go through all this stuff. But I don't know how we're going to.
I can address it does just barely touches the surface of what you just spoke to, but it was brought up in the public hearing that we talked about a capacity analysis of our system. And the goal with that analysis was to help educate our citizens and the people who own the system through their water rates, not their taxes, their water rates and sewer rates. To help those people better understand what their system is, what it's capable of doing, where it's been, all of those pieces. So when we talk about being prepared for growth, we did take some pretty significant strides in especially 2013 and 2015 in increasing the capacity of our systems. We do have, so we have a draft capacity analysis, and I'll be very upfront with you. I'm to a degree walking on eggshells on purpose because this is in draft form. I just happened to have an email sitting in front of me and thought, well, I'll share some of this information. But I want you to know it's still being firmed up by our engineers. The capacity analysis is not being conducted by the Public Works Director nor the Public Works Department. The capacity analysis is being done by HDR Engineering, who the town uses for its engineering services under a master services agreement. And they have extensive experience with the systems that Stevensville has built and maintained over the years. So in summary, just to get right to the punchline that everyone's looking for, these preliminary numbers show that the wastewater treatment plant has capacity to serve 325 single-family residences, dwelling units. Okay, 325 dwelling units, equivalent dwelling units, under average daily flow conditions. What may surprise you is that the water system has more capacity. The water system, supply system capacity, has capacity to serve an additional 1,143 dwelling units. If we, and this will probably really get you riled up, if we reduce the unaccounted water that we lose in our system by 50%, we could add 407 units to that number. We're mostly limited in our sewer capacity because of our DEQ permit. And the reason this is in draft form is because they're working with DEQ to confirm. We believe that our plant, by design, is capable of treating more wastewater than what the DEQ will permit it to do. DEQ usually holds you back. But at maximum capacity, it's likely that the sewer plant, especially after the nearly $2 million upgrade we did at the Headworks facility in 2015, it's likely we'd serve more than 325 dwelling units. The biggest issue with our water system, and it's not at the fault of the growth at Creekside or Burnt Fork Estates or anywhere else in town, is that the town is striving to meet a fire flow capacity of 3,500 gallons a minute for a 3-hour duration. That is where we have challenges in our water system because that adds up to 414,000 gallons. Our tank holds 430,000 gallons. So you can obviously do the arithmetic and realize that we're cutting it close and we cannot meet fire flow demands of 3,500 gallons a minute in our commercial areas. We meet residential fire flow demands, no problem. And that's why the town has stuck away cash for several years for that water tank project. We have upwards of $1 million in the water fund to pay for the water tank so that we weren't bringing additional bonded debt onto the water and sewer users and the ratepayers. So we've done some planning in terms of water and preparation in terms of water and sewer infrastructure to make sure we're ready for the eventuality of this subdivision and other subdivisions coming to fruition. But Jamie is right in that roadways are less than ideal. And I think maybe we set unrealistic expectations because what we're seeing and we received revised numbers, if you will, from PCI today regarding Mrs. Brown's note remarks regarding the traffic study. And with that, so I'll tell you the difference in the numbers. The total trip generation for the development goes up from 1,675 daily trips to 2,208 daily trips. And AM, PM hourly traffic increases from 146 to 176 in the morning and 163 to 202 PM. Ultimately, it said overall, the level of service, that's LOS, correct? Level of service at these different intersections increases by 0.1 to 0.5 seconds per vehicle. And the grades, if you recall from the traffic study supplement that provided, they graded each intersection A through F. The grades for those intersections do not change at all. And they expressed their intent to get these numbers corrected and in a formal addendum to the traffic study. So that is coming to us from Eveline. So there is some information there, I think, that you probably should have given you at the get-go from the public hearing. I might have dispelled some things, but Jamie's comments bring some of that to light. And that may or may not help you.
I would just like to vocalize, I understand what you're saying. I do. With this particular development, I can't see another way where we can control the growth as well. Each phase has to go through the DEQ, has to go through the DNRC, has to go through the Montana roads. We have 7 opportunities to pump the brakes and say, based on this information, based on water supply, based on storm water, we can't go any farther. The first phase is 6 homes. The second phase, I believe, is 22. My concern is the growth that we're going to see outside of town, outside of the city limits. These neighborhoods that go up with 100 houses, they're all tapping into the aquifer with a well. They're all running, drain fields and septic tanks. This is the one opportunity we have to control the growth. And for the next 10 years, like you had discussed, modify it and regulate it and be able to stop it. If it is the impacts are impacting the community, the water system.
I have no doubt of that, none whatsoever. I absolutely agree with that. But the focus has been not on what is it going to do to our town? What's the impact of our town? We have a 4-way stop out here. We had 4,000 cars. I mean, they don't just go down Logan and Burnt Fork and then disappear. They go somewhere. Where do they go? Where do they go? Where do they park downtown? Where do they park anywhere? There's no parking. There's nowhere for these people to go. They're not going to just go down Logan, Burnt Fork, poof, disappear, and then somehow reappear on Burnt Fork and Logan and go to their homes. Do I think that potentially it could bring a lot of money to our downtown businesses? Absolutely. I have zero problem with growth, zero whatsoever. We need it. We really need it. As discussed though, like when I think of, I don't know how to say this correctly, but we look at a subdivision like this, and as we talked the other night, these are not affordable homes. These are $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 homes that are going to go in here. Who are those people? Right? They're not people that are generally in our area. What does that mean for our town? What is that going to bring in itself? So we put a subdivision in. There's generally an expectation of living that goes along with that. Do we meet that here? No, we don't. So we're bringing homes to Stevensville for people to leave Stevensville to shop. It doesn't keep people here. It doesn't keep people spending money here. Yes, our downtown is charming, but that's going to get boring really quick, right? What does it do to our town? Does it really bring a long-term business standpoint of money? I don't know that it does. Does it initially? Absolutely. We would see a boom. Our economy here would boost. It would be great. What do we do at a four-way stop sign? What do we do already? I mean, in the mornings when I take my kids to school, I'm getting to the point where I literally say cuss words. I've never used Logan to East Side. That's now an option because over here, it's a nightmare. Trying to get out over here is a nightmare. Now I'm using this road, which I absolutely hate. And I swore when I moved out to Creekside that I would never use that. I actually had a meeting with Jim and told him I've never used that road. I don't intend to ever use that road. Well, I'm now using that road because you can't, when everybody's going to get to the school, you can't get to the school. For me to get from Creekside to the school, it takes me 10 minutes in the morning. So we're gonna add that to two roads. That in itself doesn't make sense to me, but whatever, we can figure that out. What do we do about our town? There's been no mention of what are we gonna do with four-way stop? What are we gonna do with these other two intersections? It says in here, west of Commercial, 50% increase in traffic, 50%. What do we do about that? Do we widen the road? Who's gonna give up their land for us to widen the road? What do we do? What do we do? And what do we do with them when they get into town? Those are my concerns. We didn't prepare. Yes, we prepared water and sewer, which, to be quite honest, I'm sick of hearing about water and sewer. I mean, it's water and sewer. You figure it out. But our streets in town, what do we do? What do we do? We did not prepare for growth. 2 items out of a whole list. I mean, we looked through all the 2 items we prepared for. They're big items, yeah.
I don't want to rein you in, Jamie, but I think we're veering off into a philosophical issue here. I'm sure that you probably did as well as I did. 20 years ago, commute to Missoula every day and sit at Malfunction Junction and watch people from Missoula read a book. It took them 15 years to get that changed, and is it any better? They had no control over it. All they could do was apply to DOT to try to get something done. Higgin Street Bridge, 25 years it took them to do that. It took us 8 years to get a 4-way stop. Originally, when I was on council years ago, we wanted to try to do something with that 3rd and Main, improve the intersection, make it easier for pedestrians. And the DOT basically said, that's a highway. We're keeping it a highway. We're thinking about raising the speed so traffic will move better. So some of this stuff we have no control over. I talked to when Creekside Meadows was first proposed, I went with a meeting with the mayor at that time to the county commissioners and said, we would like you to deed to the town Logan Road from East Side Highway to Middle Burnt Fork and Middle Burnt Fork from Logan to East Side Highway. To give that to the town so that we're responsible for it. And they said no. And as far as I know, they're still saying no. They want that roadway. They're responsible for it. So when accidents happen out there, as they probably will, it's their responsibility because they won't let us do it. They'll let us take care of 3rd Street and 4th Street and 2nd Street and College and Church. They'll let us take care of all those streets, but they won't let us take care of Logan or Middle Burnt Fork or East Side Highway belongs to the state. Try to get something from the DOT. You were lucky to be able to get an answer from them about what the traffic study was, but try to get them to tell you what their plan is. for that corner out there, which is horrendous. And the same thing at the other three corners out there, and the corners down here where some kid was just killed recently. They've had a design plan on that since 2004. And they haven't done anything. They're right now working on a project from Pine Hollow to North Birch Creek to widen the road, so that it looks like it does from North Birch Creek to Corvallis. They've been planning that since 2009. So that's how long this stuff takes. This is part of the way that, don't get me wrong, I'm not standing up here advocating that we go. What I'm saying is that this stuff takes time. They have two people in, and I don't want to compare us to Missoula, but they have two people in Missoula, city of Missoula, that spend all their time applying to DOT for funding for roadways that they don't have responsibility for. Highway 93, the business loop that runs through Missoula. They don't have any responsibility for that. It's not their road. And all that money comes from gas tax. That's what we use in the town to keep our roads in the condition that they're in. You want to improve your road, widen it. We've lobbied like heck to try to get them to put in that walking path from Logan on Middle Burnt Fork when they redid Middle Burnt Fork, to put that walking path in. And just this year, after talking to the county road supervisor for 2 years about it, plow the middle of the road and then come back and plow the plat. Don't plow the path first, because that's where people will drive. So we've got that kind of established so that we have that little bit there. And that took a long time as well. This is going to take a long time, but I know it kind of sounds like putting the cart before the horse, but in order for stuff like this to happen, you have to show that there's an impact. Now, when you want to talk about what the town has done to try to get stuff like this, Mayor Minmack practically killed himself getting the water plant moved. And that cost the town very little. That was an extremely, I don't know, was it $12 million they spent on that project? And the town paid less than $1 million, less than $500,000. I think they ended up paying $400,000 and some $1,000 for that $12 million project, because they got funding from everywhere. I think we could probably do the same thing for the roadways. Get some funding from somewhere to apply to get that roadway improved. But the DOT and the county is gonna come out there and say, that's a cow pasture, what are you talking about? It's a farm road. Well, no, look what's gonna happen in the next 10 years. Part of the condition of this preliminary plan approval is that they show us that they're able to access those two roadways. I didn't know they don't have those permits. If they don't have those permits, that stuff ain't happening. So without these conditions of this approval, this subdivision goes nowhere. I've been here 27 years. When I first moved here, George Smith was barely getting started after it had been there for 12 years. They were working on 7th through 10th Street and building that, putting that in after they had conceded 3 different times to 3 different developers. And if you drive out there now, there's no sidewalk. None. No sidewalk at all.
Or lighting.
Or lighting. That was what they had to concede to try to get something built out there. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, I ain't conceding nothing on this one. I'm sorry, I'm not. I want it to be right. I want us to make sure that we dot all the I's and cross all the T's. I want that as much as anybody else. But unless we are able to start, nothing's gonna happen. And then we'll be stuck with a piece of land that's part of the town, and they're not gonna start digging tomorrow. In fact, I'm not sure they'll dig this year. So we have to decide that we want to look at growth, control that growth, and try to move forward and hold those people that want to do this to those regulations that we have put in place. I'm not in love with the design either. I'd like to see something different, but they're following the rules. This is what they're allowed to do because of the rules that we have already established. Do we want to change the rules? Sure. But at this point, what I will also tell you is that no offense to anybody sitting at these tables, but the town has a credibility issue with these people that are sitting out here. They don't believe that we can do the right thing. They think that we're getting bought off. They're thinking that we don't care about you guys, about how you feel about this. And we do. I love this town. I don't want to live anywhere else. I don't want to screw the town out of money. I'm not looking to send somebody from California marching out of here with millions of dollars. Why would we do that? We're no different than you. We're just trying to do what's right for the town. And if you tell me that I have to do what you tell me to do, that's really not the way government works. We're trying to do the right thing. And we do have a credibility issue. It is hard for people in this town. That's what I hear all the time. Man, I'm not sure that that's right. I'm not sure I believe that. Wow, I'm really sorry that we have that problem, that you can't believe what the town is telling you, because we are trying to listen to experts. We're trying to listen to engineers who tell us this is the capacity water and sewer has. This is what's going to happen with the roadway. Is that going to cause more accidents? I took a busload of kids to Seattle, drove to the Opera House on a 42-foot long bus. We have no idea what traffic is, and we are crap drivers. We really are. We expect the roadways to be clear so that we don't have to drive with anybody else. And when we have to wait, we get impatient. I see it every day. I tell my drivers all the time, you see a car coming to a T intersection, they're gonna pull out in front of you, every time. Let them. Let's not be upset with what we have with traffic. It is what it is. I've been telling my wife now for 6 months, we have to move. There's too dang many cars. People are driving on my road. So this is how we have to go about improving things. We have to start from somewhere. Yeah, we did a crappy job planning for this. We haven't made improvements to the building ordinance in a few years. We haven't really looked forward to what was going to happen out there at all. We did the same thing with Trim Creeks. We spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to best make that so it would work, and it sat empty. And then you forget about it. So what's going to be next? So we're going to have to try to stay on top of that. And the water system, let's talk about water rights. For years, in a lot of small towns, and it still happens in a lot of small towns, the town is run by the clerk, not the mayor, run by the clerk. And the clerk that we had in this town for years didn't want to talk to the DNRC, thought that the water rights that we had were fine, and not that she was wrong, but there wasn't anybody in Valley County that was going to mess with her. That's for darn sure. So we had what we had. We did it the way we thought was right. And now we're coming to find out that we're really being held to a high standard. And I don't blame you. You should be holding us to a high standard. That's the way it works. And when we do something that you don't like, you better stand up here and scream. And we're going to have to face the music. That's just the way it is. But we have to take one little step at a time, one little bite at a time, and try to do what we think is best for the town. And at this point, what I can really say about Burnt Fork Estates is that we're making the pie bigger. So the reason you're paying $35 in Hamilton for water is because there's about 3 times as many houses there. And they have supply issues as well. They have water issues as well. They have flow issues as well for their downtown. They fight all the time to try to make sure they have enough water to meet that. So we're not alone here. We're not living in a perfect world. We're trying to do the best we can for what there is in this town. And now I'll shut up.
Next.
It's a really challenging decision. This is where I live. This is where I'm going to raise my family. And I feel an obligation to do what's best for this town now and this town in the future. When I purchased my home in 2009, I believe I paid $73 every 3 months for water. Shortly that changed. And all of a sudden I was paying $82. And every citizen that I've talked to about water issues has two main points for me. We need to fix our water system, but don't raise my bill. Our water system, with or without Burnt Fork Estates, needs help. This is an opportunity to put money into our water system for new storage tanks and raise the bills the least amount that we can. When we talk about density, looking at that, the R2 is medium density. There are 78 single-family homes that I can't afford, and a majority of people that live in this community or live in Ravalli County cannot afford. The average income in Ravalli County is $24,000 a year and some change. The R2 provides opportunities for community people that live, work at the locations throughout this town and provide services to us, deserve a nice neighborhood to live in. We can provide that. We can provide that in a very slow, very structured process when every single phase comes in front of professionals, the DEQ, the DNRC, the roads department. I can't think of a better way to grow our community in the most careful way possible than what's being presented.
How would the council like to proceed from this juncture? Are you interested in walking through the conditions of approval that have been recommended by the planning and zoning board? Are you wanting to jump just right into a decision and create your own conditions of approval? Are you interested in continuing this conversation at your next special meeting held on April 1st?
Gets awful quiet. I'd like to walk through the conditions, and I would like to, based on the staff report, from my understanding, there's more conditions to add.
Sure.
Sure. So I think that's one thing that we can work through this evening.
Okay. Any objections from the rest of the body? All right, we'll get after it then. The planning and zoning board, in consultation with the town's staff report, offered and recommended the following conditions. We'll start with number 1. This preliminary plat approval for all phases is valid for 10 years from the date of approval by town council. The developer has the option to file the final plats out of sequential order, subject to the town's approval. Preliminary approval must be extended by the town council for a mutually agreed upon period of time. If the applicant requests an extension of time prior to the expiration date, the public hearing is required prior to the approval of the final plat of each phase. It's a state law.
Just for clarification, a public hearing is required for each phase.
Correct. Prior to final plat approval. So once you work through the construction pieces and they get the infrastructure in the ground and all the parties that be come back to your body, the council, and say, here's the final plat, please approve it. We must hold a public hearing in advance of that.
Thank you.
Any discussion on that condition? Are we happy with it?
I'm happy with that condition.
Fair warning, I'll accept silence as consensus. Number 2, if the applicant proposes to change the plat after preliminary plat approval, but before the final plat approval, the applicant shall submit the proposed changes, all supporting documents, and require fees to the town of Stevensville for review. So if they modify changes to the preliminary plat, there's a fee associated in review.
Does that include if we, if the C2 thing gets denied?
No, because that's not a plat change. A plat change would be moving a boundary line to a lot or reconfiguring lots. I don't think that even if you can, so for example, when we get further into the conditions, the planning board recommends a connection between Middleburn Fork and the residential areas. I think if you condition that, that isn't necessarily something that's going to be resubmitted, that's something they're going to have to comply with in their final plat. So it's expected that that will change, but any changes outside of the conditions, those, any redesign would have to be resubmitted. Okay. Number 3 is the owner shall transfer a proportionate amount of the surface water rights to the town of Stevensville at the time of filing final plat. The percentages of water rights transferred is directly related to the percentage of lands being platted. For example, as phase 1 represents 6.32% of the land area, then 6.32% of the surface water rights will be transferred to the town. The town and the developer agree that the intent of the developers, that it is the intent of the developers of Bird Fork Estates to transfer all the water rights of the subdivision to the town of Stevensville. So we're just phasing that water right conversion in that condition.
And understand at some point if the developer says that we've decided not to transfer water rights, they would be in violation of this phase, which is one of the conditions of approval. So we will be able to say, this subdivision is no longer, the preliminary plat is no longer approved.
It's good to create everything to a screeching halt. Okay, number 4, each proposed lot shall be connected to the town of Stevensville's water and wastewater systems. Number 5, the existing water booster station located on lot C12 shall be upgraded before the issuance of final plat for phase 4.
Do we need to
Put in there
include,
for who?
pardon, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Should we put in there by who's paying for it?
You can, it's pretty well implied if it's condition of approval for the subdivision, that it's their responsibility to do. All of these things are their responsibility. No, we don't put anything in here that says the town will do this for you. So, I mean, if you want that clarification, we can add that language.
I don't need that clarification. My concern is, it says phase 4.
Right.
And it is clearly stated that the developers do not have to follow phases 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I would prefer to clearly indicate the number of units or connections needed prior to the booster station.
Okay. That's 120.
120 connections.
So, okay, before the issuance of a final plat, which creates 120 connections on the booster station. We may massage that a little bit.
Yeah, which meets 120 connections.
Okay. Any further on the booster station? Okay, number 6, all future improvements to the town's water system and wastewater facility shall be designed in accordance with the local Montana DEQ standards and approved by the town of Stevensville and the Montana DEQ. Public comment shall be recognized in the DEQ application. The public comment piece was added by the planning and zoning board. They felt it was very important that those other public agencies were made aware of how our citizens felt about the project. And so they wanted that incorporated into the developer's application to those agencies.
Which I will add was something that the planning and zoning didn't realize in the beginning that they could do, but it was brought to our attention that there is a public comment portion to that application. So we wanted to make sure that in that application that there was proper notification of how what the public's concerns of what's going on for that. And this is that area where we would be able to say we have reached what we feel is our limit as far as wastewater and potable water for the following phase, and we're not able to proceed until upgrades are done. Which doesn't mean that you can't do phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. But when you get to 5, we may be saying, well, hold on a minute, we're working on upgrades because of what's been done so far and the impact fees that have been paid and the money that the town is using for operation and maintenance to be able to do those upgrades. So we may have to put on the brakes for the next phase until those improvements are completed. That doesn't mean that we're raising water rates in order to pay for that.
Number 7 is a straightforward condition. All utility, public access, drainage, and irrigation easements shall be shown on the face of the plat. We want to make sure that any of those easements are noted on the plat that's filed for the final plat. Number 8, all stormwater improvements will be designed in accordance with local and Montana DEQ standards and approved by the town of Stevensville and Montana DEQ. Number 9, the property owners shall be required to waive their right to protest the formation of a special improvement district related to any potential future improvements to Middleburg Fork Road and Logan Lane along the subdivision frontage or areas of benefit as required to bring these roads into compliance with the applicable standards of the authority having jurisdiction. So in that scenario, the authority having jurisdiction depends on when the phase is filed and who owns the road at the time, knowing that we may grow and we may bring in additional roadways over time into the town. At this time, that would be the county road department. And so if it were determined that a special improvement district was needed on Burnt Fork Estates to pay for their share of improvements on Logan Lane and Middle Burnt Fork Road, then the county could institute that SID to bring it up to their standard. If it were our road, then we would do the SID to bring it up to our standards, whatever that may be at the time. State law does allow you to prohibit, or excuse me, to require them to waive their right to protest for those properties as long as you're specific about the improvements that SID would cover. And you've done that in this condition. So there you have it. Those essentially what it means is those property owners, those people who create the impact, have to pay their share of the impact they created.
And that's within Burnt Fork Estates.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, not the entire town.
Does that include the Creekside or is that just Burnt Fork?
Just Burnt Fork Estate, just this subdivision.
Yeah, this requirement to waive the right only falls within the preliminary plat or final plat of Burnt Fork Estates. It does not affect any other property. And Creekside was not required to waive the right to an SID in their process. So they can waive or they can protest if they want to, if an SID were ever proposed. Number 10, the developer shall provide a verification from the Montana Department of Transportation that details the potential traffic impacts from Burnt Fork Estates on state highway facilities and who is responsible for any required mitigation. So knowing that MDT wasn't going to come right out of the gate today and say, we have capacity in our intersections or we don't have capacity in our intersections, we wanted some verification at the time of final plat filing to delineate that. And so the best way to address that was in this condition. So you should have a better picture of traffic impacts and what that means on state highways when they file the final plat for each phase. Number 11, encroachment permits shall be obtained from and pro rata share paid to the jurisdiction in charge of Logan Lane before the issuance of the final plat for phase 2 and for Middleburg Fork Road before the issuance of final plat for phase 7. So regardless of what order they file those plats, if they do it out of sequence, and mind you, that sequence would only be the approval of the town council. When they go for final plat of phase 2 and phase 7, they're going to have those approach permits in hand and have any pro rata share paid. And if it were to happen today, it would be to the county. Okay, and that's where those would come from. If down the road, phase 7 hits and Middleburn Fork is responsibility of the town of Stevensville, that could look different, that process could.
And if you listen to the planning and zoning board meeting, you'll know that there is a member of on that board from the county, happens to be the county commissioner, and the county does this pro rata share to every subdivision every subdivision application that they have. There's a formula based on, I'm not sure, number of dwelling units and the amount of roadway that they're gonna be inside the subdivision and how much frontage there is. So they have a formula that they use, a standard formula that we put in these conditions that Burnt Fork Estates will pay for their impacts on the roadways.
Okay, the next one is number 12. Internal subdivision roads shall be designed in accordance to the town of Stevensville Streets Master Plan, which is
Really?
extremely dated, 2006. See, we planned, Jamie.
Yeah. Yeah. Point made.
Any revisions or anything? This may be an area where I highlight the amended staff or the supplemental staff report where we talk about road design, and it was briefly addressed at the neighborhood meeting that was held this week, where part of this conversation came about when we talk about traffic. The example we used the other night was that when we talk about traffic complaints in town and speeding complaints in town limits, one of the top 5 roads is Creekside Drive. And I think that there's a little bit of irony to that because it's Creekside Meadows homeowners calling saying people are driving too fast on my road, but it's a no outlet street. Nonetheless, we get those complaints and it's clearly in the top 5 speed complaints. There are sections of roadway in Burnt Fork Estates that are identical to Creekside Drive. And so the Public Works Department is wondering, why would we replicate the problem that we know we already have in terms of speed complaints and for lack of a better term, drag racing through town. We have same issues in George Smith with long straight roadways that are very wide. And I guess, so there's just some conversation there about does the design of the street meet the expectation of how people drive through that neighborhood? Meaning, if we want people to drive 20 or 25, do we want it to be a raceway as wide as it can be to do so? So this may be an area where you consider that the developer put in some traffic calming or something like that. And you can condition that, not be specific. I think you can. I think you can say we want to see some traffic calming, and then when we get into construction and design, the developers will come back and say, this is what our plan is in terms of traffic calming. Fair? That's kind of how that would work.
I guess my concern is we have some traffic calming that we have put in place on some of these stretches that we speak of that haven't worked. And so why do we want to risk that? Why, we have signs that flash at you when you're going too fast. We have,
I'm concerned that you're saying they're not working.
yes, I'm saying that.
Do you have data to back that? Or just observations?
My eyeballs.
Okay.
It was a great effort, and putting that in here would be a great effort.
Well, bring some data to show you that we are seeing success with the very low impact traffic. I mean, we're literally, one of the traffic calming measures was paint on the street. And I think in the case of Burnt Fork Estates, where we're talking about traffic calming, we're talking about concrete on the road kind of thing. And I think Andy addressed a little bit of that in his report.
Right, but you're saying we could be pretty vague on that. And I don't think I really am in any form of mood to be vague on a raceway.
I'm not sure you want to be vague about much right now.
You're absolutely correct.
That's okay.
I think that, one of the recommendations from staff in this was additional consideration should be given to the design of the streets internal to the subdivision to address concerns for speeding drivers. So I actually think that's pretty specific. We're not saying that we want you to put in twists and turns in the roller coaster or something like that. We're saying that speeding drivers is an issue. When the roadway is proposed, we would like you to put additional considerations into how you're going to mitigate that. So, one of the things that has been an issue in the past is speed bumps. And that's improved litigious. But I think if we put in some humps like they're talking about, or, one of the things that's, the last time we did a traffic study on Main Street was, I think, 2012. And the speed on Main Street is 22. That's the average speed. That means some people are going faster than that, some people are going slower than that. The average speed on 3rd Street, which is also 25 miles an hour, is 27. There's no calming effects on 3rd Street. We tried to put some calming effects with widening the boulevards on Main Street, and it slowed people down. So I think that's another thing that we might be able to do at some of these intersections is narrow the roadways down a little bit so that we can look at those specific designs and say, yeah, I like that. Nope, try again. So that's probably why I would prefer to leave it wide open so that we're not saying we specifically want you to do this and then say that didn't work, because when it comes to designing these roadways, we'll probably have some additional data from engineers and town staff as to what they would really like to see and that they think might work.
Well, what if we are saying that we want to see some twists and turns and not necessarily roller coasters, but because that's kind of what I'm implying, and I kind of spoke to that the other night.
Jamie's rearranging the furniture tonight, Paul.
She is rearranging the furniture. It's just really not very, and I won't disagree with you. I mean, this is a not very imaginative design, to put it bluntly. Like, it's somewhat similar to what was there before, but it's somewhat different as well. And yeah, I'm not sure that I'm not sure that I don't want to say that I'm conceding to the developer, but the fact of the matter is that when you look at this design, this is what's allowed. We don't have anything in our ordinance right now that says that you have to have calming in the roadways. The master plan for the streets in town of Stevensville does not have that in it. Neither does the planning ordinance. The zoning ordinance doesn't have anything in there that says we want to try to keep speeds down by putting curves in roadways and that sort of thing. Which of course is not only an issue for, if you talk to a guy who works on streets, that's what he wants to see. He wants to see a nice straight street with no cars on it. When he goes to plow it, when he goes to fix it, when he goes to plan it and put it in safely and so that it will last a long time, that's what you want. You want something straight. Because then when you start putting in sidewalk and curb and drains and stuff like that, it becomes a real issue. And end result of that is that those people that live there just pay more money. Just makes everything more expensive. So the more requirements that you put in there just makes everything more expensive for the end user. So, we live in a capitalistic country. People are going to make what money they can make on whatever they decide to do. And we are the ones that pay the cost. There's no way around that.
I remember you saying at our last meeting, this was the only time that we could say what we wanted in terms of pretty much anything. It's the only time that we had control.
Yep.
So I would like to see the streets. I'd like to see consideration be put in place for the streets and not just a hope of some calming.
Just based on experience, I live on Central Avenue. As you come down Central, there's a quick jog to the right. That jog to the right creates a blind spot. There's a family with kids that live right on this corner, and those kids are coming out of that driveway every time. My concern is, curvy road or not, fast drivers drive fast. I feel like, and I'm a big fan of speed humps, because at Lolo School, we put speed humps throughout the parking lot, and people drive fast with little concern for other things except for their own vehicle. And when they start hitting those speed bumps at high speeds, it jars them and it damages their vehicle. So when it comes to identifying like specific calming, I'm okay with identifying speed humps every 5 feet. I'm just kidding.
I met a school bus guy on that action.
Those kids in the back.
No, we're driving slow anyway.
Those will be called labor-inducing streets.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do think the flashing signs do slow some people down, but there are individuals everywhere that disregard those signs. And I think it has to be some kind of physical feature that stops them.
What if we have both?
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with whatever creates us the safest community for kids.
Yeah, because once you start, I mean, when I first moved here, I lived on the corner of 6th and College. And the house I lived in, the first thing I noticed was there was a bunch of big rocks from the corner of the house to the corner of the street. And I thought, well, what the heck are those rocks there for? Until one night I heard a big clunk because somebody tried to cut the corner. So that's an issue also when you have curvy roads, is how you're gonna protect those people that live on the curb when somebody doesn't make the curb. And there's a blind spot, or there's an accident, or they run into your house.
I guess there's pros and cons to everything, and we can go back and forth on that all we want. I just know that what we've done isn't necessarily the best solution. And we have a brand new area. And I think we need to just take consideration and if there are extreme measures, because you know what, I would rather have somebody hit somebody's house going around a corner or hitting boulders that you speak of than hitting a child or a dog or somebody walking. And that's, I can't be any more blunt about that.
Yeah, I mean, as everyone in here knows, I live on the Barber Street Dragway. And I mean, I personally think that, humps would do some good, and at the intersections, probably a rotary to slow people down rather than having a straight shot through for people just shoot through stop signs and whatnot.
So I think at this stage in the process, you've expressed your desire and you've made some clear direction in terms of what you expect in terms of traffic calming, it appears. I think you've probably given these two enough information. So I guess what language would you want in a condition? And that would accurately capture your expectations and allow the developers then to bring back whatever those proposals might look like in the next phase of these projects. You do have some opportunity, I mean, considering that this whole thing's phased, right? The traffic calming that you do in phase 2 may look completely different than phase 4 because of whatever circumstances exist in that day. Or the town may approve traffic calming on phase 2 on Syringa and then realize, well, that was stupid and we don't want to do that again. So we change what it looks like on Hooley Street, for example, or maybe Hooley Street's road section looks different than the other streets because it serves as more of a collector residentially than the other roads do. I don't know, those are all things, but it seems like a lot of that can be addressed when you get into that construction phase where they're bringing plans to the town to say, this is the road section we want to build, Cool? And we say yes or no, we don't like the traffic calming you did. You know, the stripes are the wrong color, kind of thing. Does the staff report, the supplemental staff report from Public Works, does that accurately capture what your expectation is in tonight's conversation, or does additional language need to be added?
Obviously, it does not capture mine.
Thank you.
In case you were not aware of that. There's,
And I'm-
no, it does not.
I'm open to language that would.
Yes.
Please don't use whatever language you use going to school. A softer, gentler approach.
I don't have that right now. I don't know, because I'm looking right at this in my face and I just.
Okay, so let me propose something. Number 11 in the conditions is, actually it's number 12, I'm sorry. Number 12 says internal subdivision road shall be designed in accordance with the town of Stevensville streets master plan, which we know is outdated. Like to add language that says paying particular attention to traffic calming efforts and as to include a complete redesign of the roadway. To possibly include complete redesign of the roadway as an option. So they can make the roadway be bendy and curvy to try to slow traffic down. They can put in narrowing, make it jog. Other calming efforts that they might want to try to use to make it less advantageous for speeders.
Got it. Does that satisfy?
It's better.
What would make it stellar, Jamie?
I don't like these streets.
Okay.
I don't like that they're just a straight shot. We've got 1, 2, 3, we've got 4. We have 4 potential just runways in here.
Yeah.
You have the acreage. I mean, I don't know why we have to do this. I don't know.
There is an option for, in the streets master plan, there is a typical section listed in there for residential streets that does lend itself to some traffic calming, where it contains a median.
Well, and if you're looking at it, those, in my opinion, all of those intersections on, what is that? Main,
Uli?
yeah, will have us, I think every corner has a stop sign. Those are all 3-corner stop signs, 3-way stops. And then right there before it goes out onto Logan Lane where the 4 come together, there'll be a 4-way stop.
Correct.
So they'll have to stop there. If they're going straight, they'll have to stop there. So to me, then what you're looking at is that area, to the east and to the west, where you've got the long stretch of roadway, trying to do something in there to try to slow the traffic down. Does that mean that you put a bend in the road? I'm not necessarily convinced that that would work unless there was a median. Because then, it turns you into a speed racer. You decide that you can use both sides of the road. But if you have to come to someplace that's narrower where there's a crosswalk, or where maybe there's a potential for a crosswalk, or there's a spot where, that we can narrow the roadway or put a hump in it to try to slow people down with a flashing light that's showing them what speed they're going. And we're at least showing that there's an effort and making sure that people know that there will be no excuse for speeding. And if you get caught speeding in there, I'm pretty sure that judge would have no problem throwing you in Muscat.
Andy, you're squirming over there.
Yeah, I bet he is.
Would you like a moment?
There are several things that I would, and I can certainly collect them all at the end and speak to them or individually if you prefer. I kind of hate to get too far behind the 8 ball here, but I am at your discretion if you would like me to talk about them briefly.
Does the council oppose a dialogue while we work through these conditions?
I don't know.
Okay, I would think it'd probably be beneficial rather than listening to Andy ramble at the end of this. About midnight.
We'll just get lost.
So I want to step back just a little bit to this communal problem. It's always a problem. Communities always face this. And I heard that the opening frustration about we didn't do it. We didn't lay the right track. Every community always does that. There's never enough money. You know, there's always many projects, little money. Every community faces it. Big communities, small communities. It's a habitual problem. You know, Missoula has fought this on the planning board all the time. We approve subdivisions and it lacks infrastructure. The infrastructure follows it. They're trying to break that trend with their Mullen plan. That's their objective, is we're breaking that trend. We're laying that ground ahead of time. But that's taken great effort and been a lot of things going on. One of the things that has been a frustration, I think, and you saw it, and it was in the water rates. And unfortunately, what happened in this community is you benefited from the luxury of way too cheap of water for way too long. You got so far behind the curve. You know, I heard something about you paid $80 or $70 for a quarter, and you were paying ridiculously low water rates for far too long. So it's pro-action. And, you know, you guys, it's a tough spot. It's a voluntary position and it's a tough seat to sit in. You know, like I've said, I sit on the planning board myself and it's not popular. And you frequently have to make decisions that are not popular ones, and it's a tough spot. So anyway, that's just a general dialogue. Jamie, you brought up several concerns about the traffic and these other areas. Appendix G of the traffic study specifically looked off-site. It looked at East Side and Main Street, East Side and Logan, Main Street and Middle Burnt Fork, Logan and Middle Burnt Fork, Logan and Creekside, Logan and the new approach to the subdivision, and Middle Burnt Fork and the new subdivision. All those intersections were looked at globally. It did not just focus on the two intersections, the hot ones, Logan and Middle Burnt Fork. It was far more reaching than that. Everything it found.
Wait, what are you speaking to?
Appendix G of the traffic study
Yeah.
looks at
How are you
all.
comparing that to what I was saying?
You were indicating, I believe, that these other infrastructure, you know, Main Street, how'd the four-way stop on Main Street?
Yeah, no, that was not anything to do with you. I was making a point of our preparation.
No, I understand. Yeah, and that's kind of that global issue. But this project did look at those implications outside of the subdivision. There's a whole section devoted to traffic impacts outside of the development. It looked at the community. It looked at the intersection on the north side of town when East Side connects to it. Because it says, yes, we dump these 2,000 to 4,000 cars out in the system. Where do they go? What do they do? It analyzed those intersections for level of service. It found no change of level of service. And the delays in here, morning and PM commutes, are in the order of 9 to 23 seconds is kind of the range of impacts. And it found levels of service generally in the A to B category, which is very good. I mean, frequently it's not uncommon in bad traffic situations. You see levels of service at F all day long. So your levels of service are not that bad globally here. You know, I heard some comment from someone in that meeting that would say, I pulled up the stop sign, oh my gosh, there was 3 cars. It's like, I understand maybe that's 2 more than used to be, but this concept of great communal traffic problems, I think, can be over exaggerated. But the subdivision did look at those things. It looked at those offside improvements. At the end, it basically found that there was no need to upgrade any of those offside improvements. So that's one. Jumping into this, I could suggest a condition that maybe makes it more tolerable on language on number 12. With. You could say something to the nature of internal subdivision roads shall be designed in accordance to the town of Stevensville street master plan to include traffic calming measures, to include alignments, speed humps, curb extensions, etc. So you could leave that open so that everything is looked at. It's hard to read, I know, unfortunately, but one of the studies I passed out tonight, there was actually a study on speed humps. I'm personally not an advocate of a lot of the narrowing effects. I think it makes maintenance difficult, plowing difficult. I was part of the team that put this bulb out intersection in the front of the school. And at the time, Ed and George practically run us out of town thinking that we wanted to do that. There was no desire for that. You know, it was kind of, we don't want a Missoula, you know, it was that concept of no street calming, didn't want those things. But for safety reasons, we brought those measures in. Oh, sorry. The speed humps, just to focus on those, that study, it had a 40-foot wide road, which is exactly what we have. Residential street, two-way traffic, with a hump spacing of 340 feet, because they have to be spaced correctly to work. Posted speed of 25 miles an hour. Before the speed humps went in, they had an 85 percentile in the 39 mile an hour range. After the speed humps, it went to 27. There was another one where it went from posted speed of 25, 37 mile an hour noted speeds, falls to 24 to 27 mile an hour range. So I think the speed humps could be effective, not be greatly a big impediment to your public works, and coupled maybe with some curb extensions at those intersections could be very powerful. Those curb extensions help bring pedestrians into view, so those kids are more visible. They're not hiding behind a parked car. It brings them out. They're more visible. You can elevate those to raise those small children or something, make them taller, more pronounced. So I really do think, while we might not be in love with the layout, drastically changing that layout creates other elements and challenges. And, you know, I certainly proposed, you know, we could consider alignment reconfigurations, but I think a combination of speed humps and possibly some of those curb extensions could go a long way to providing physical changes to the speed. Like was said earlier, a lot of times a piece of paint doesn't go very far, but when you inflict some little level of pain or a twist or you hit that bump, it makes people respond. It's a response that they will appreciate. You know, they have to be lit. We've got street lights. They need to have appropriate signage and painting. But I think if you did a combination of speed humps and maybe some curb extensions, you could go a long ways to not turn any of these stretches into the drags or something of that nature. So I think that's all I have right now.
Well, that wasn't very much.
Are we okay with 12? Did you want to stick with the language that Paul proposed? Do you want me to massage in some of what he suggested?
I think some of the stuff that Randy suggested is a good idea.
I prefer to have the humps and the curb extensions listed in there.
Okay.
Et cetera.
When do you think that we'll update that street master plan? We're at it.
We're looking for money. It is on the, yes.
And you need a viable planning board for that. And we've had one, but we burned them out.
Well, now they're a bit, for
Well,
some,
I am
for
not
some
being on that board.
unforsaken reason, they are now fixated on subdivision regulation.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but they want to develop some subdivision regulations for the town of Stevensville. Because apparently ours are inadequate. So they'll be focused on that before I think they do a road revision or a street plan revision. Okay. Got it. 13, internal subdivision roads and related infrastructure, including water, sewer, curb, gutter, sidewalks, and storm drainage, shall be within a designated public right-of-way and be accepted and maintained by the town of Stevensville. Tying back into some of what number 12 spoke to, number 14 asks that stop signs be installed at each intersection for the roads internal to the subdivision as required by the Stevensville Police Department. So all intersections, no intersections there would be through intersections, they'll all be controlled.
Do you want to say something about speed limit signs as well in that? Or is that more of a prescribed ordinance?
If you want them to post speed limit signs, you may want to condition it if you want to, but by default, ordinance regulates it at 25.
That's what I thought.
I thought that's what Andy spoke to as well.
Yeah, and I think even state law is, if you want to reduce it from 25, you have to hire people with calculators to get that, to justify. Are we okay to move on to 15?
Yep.
Okay, 15 says visual detectors, speed feedback devices, or other appropriate safety measures deemed acceptable by the jurisdiction having authority shall be installed at the expense of the developer at the intersection of Middleburg Fork Road and Logan Lane, and at the intersection of East Side Highway, Secondary 203, and Logan Lane before the issuance of final plat for phase 2.
Does that include rumble strips?
Quiet. I think that's where we got into other appropriate safety measures deemed necessary or deemed acceptable by the authority of the jurisdiction. Rumble strips were a lengthy discussion.
You heard that discussion.
Is it this hour? Are we okay with 15?
Yes.
16, adequate access to parks and common areas shall be provided for fire protection or emergency response that was approved by the town of Stevensville Fire Department. 18.
Nope.
Nope.
17.
Oh, I was gonna skip 17.
Did you go to school in Stevensville?
Back when the traffic wasn't so bad, yes. It was easier to count cars then too. Fire hydrant spacing shall be approved by the town of Stevensville Fire. I think at this time, we're requesting hydrant spacing of 5 feet. See, now I lost count. 18, lot C12 shall be donated to the town of Stevensville for a future fire station at the time of filing the final plat for phase 7. 19, parks and common areas within the subdivision shall be privately owned and maintained by the Norfolk States Homeowners Association. Shall be handicap accessible with the exception of stormwater facilities which shall be owned, operated, and maintained by the town of Stevensville.
I'd like to open some discussion about the parks.
Okay.
Why, when the town of Stevensville manages every other park in town. My concern is that allowing the homeowners to manage these parks, that means that they can make them off limits to anyone outside of current state. Yes. That doesn't feel inclusive to the town of Stevensville.
I don't disagree with that concept and that philosophy. I think this is a carryover from the principles that were accepted when Creekside Meadows was installed. When Creekside Meadows went in, we left the common areas up to the homeowners association to maintain, and they do so. The town doesn't deal with any of those. It's not to say that someday the town may not own some of these facilities way down the road. But at current, our concerns were that if we took on a lot of open space like this, we have a very difficult time maintaining it. Because always a secret, we challenge ourselves in maintaining what we have. And so that was a lot of the rationale behind putting it on the Norfolk States Homeowners Association. The other piece was that we didn't really see, and we discussed this at length, I think we spent like an hour and a half on this one conversation about the use of common areas when we did the staff review this summer. And I think the consensus was we didn't see people driving out of downtown Stevensville or out of the other subdivisions in town to access those areas that were really, we're asking for additional parks and additional common space to accommodate people of that subdivision. And we didn't think it would be reasonable to expect people to travel out of the main core of downtown to utilize those. Usually those are utilized with the exception of places like Lewis and Clark Park, where it's more regionally utilized. Our other neighborhood parks, even in Pottery Valley to a degree, are utilized by the neighborhood themselves. Powder River Valley is really, or excuse me, Lewis and Clark is really the only exception to that. It's regional. But the rest of them are neighborhood.
Is this location where we discussed fencing around?
Can't hear that comment.
Sorry about that. Is this the appropriate time to discuss the fencing that the developer had discussed in regards to around the retention walls?
Yes, and this was, I think, also lengthy discussion regarding the retention ponds and the stormwater facility. The stormwater facilities are owned, operated, and maintained by the town of Stevensville. And so there's some debate there as to whether the retention pond is clearly designated as a stormwater facility. Where the line is drawn, I mean, if you look at these pictures that they provided, I'm not sure where you build the fence and draw the line to what they mow and what we would mow. That's gonna take some thought.
Have you seen where that has happened?
Yeah, I think, so what you probably see, that did not have a requirement to fence that detention facility. It's more individual lot owners making the election to fence for privacy or whatnot their backyards. That was not a requirement. That's just a shallow detention basin. There is a common area very well defined, so those fences are falling on property lines and they had a large common area. I know we had that discussion about the town wanting control and maintenance of that, and it is sort of a gray area and needs maybe clarity. It was our intention that the homeowners association would be responsible for mowing, picking up the trash, maintaining those basins largely. What I heard is the town also wanted the ability or control over pipes, headworks, the kind of the more nuts and bolts facilities. And so I'm not sure that I see a big debate about the mowing. I mean, if we're gonna go out and mow, it looks like we mow everything to me. Probably trim a little grass around a culvert or something, but I'm sure they would certainly entertain, and we had some vague discussions in the public works meetings in July about the town, sort of what Patrick brought up earlier, is why shouldn't the town own and maintain that? And I think at some point, if that were the right juncture, that consideration could be on the table, but it sounded like at the present time, for other reasons Brendan mentioned, resources stretching thin, departments, it wasn't, at least in their motivation or most high interest at the time, to start maintaining, 3 or 4 acres, because there's 3 or 4 acres of common area in this project, from the dog park to the, higher intensity turf grass area in the multifamily zone R2 to more natural common area. So I don't know if that really answered your question, but tried to provide a little clarity.
From my viewpoint anyway, our main discussion was from the residents of Creekside that they were afraid that these retention ponds wouldn't function correctly unless they were maintained by the town, or unless they were able to call somebody that they were paying that they weren't paying through a fee to make sure that they were functioning the way they were supposed to when there's a large rain event or a large snow event, and we want to make sure those things are draining the way they're supposed to. So my intent with this was that those facilities within the stormwater system that make them function would be the responsibility of the town. And that would probably require some mowing, might mostly be just some weed eating and making sure that those things function. So, in the summer when it's dry, let's go down there and shoot the jet truck through those things to make sure that they're draining the way they're supposed to, so that when winter hits and that those things start to fill up with snow and it melts, that they're gonna function correctly. That should be the responsibility of the town, not the homeowners. Because it is going to, if they don't work properly, it is going to affect people in a subsequent subdivision. It will affect them if they don't function correctly. So that's the responsibility of the town, since more than one subdivision is affected by a system within the subdivision, no different than wastewater or potable water.
Is that discussion satisfactory as it's worded in terms of the condition, or do you need additional our intent is clearly on the record, but I'm just curious what you want in terms of the condition on that.
Well, I understand that, the town is gonna maintain those systems and make sure that they're functioning properly, and I agree that's how it should be. My concern is, and what I've heard the other night was that the HOA's responsibility to keep that mowed and keep that trash picked up. What power does a town have with the HOA if they're not holding their weight and keeping those maintained as they should be? I know that we have ordinance against tall grass.
Right, and that's right.
Fire
It is,
issues.
it's difficult. Now, if there's a situation that creates a hazard to public health and safety, then we have the authority, no matter where it is, to intervene.
Correct.
Especially even outside of our boundaries. If there was a subdivision outside of town that didn't maintain its stormwater and it was flooding somebody in town, we're gonna intervene and take care of it. So I don't know, I can't point to any one specific thing and say that, if the Burn Fork Estates homeowners weren't maintaining their 3 acres of property, that we would, take immediate action other than what's already listed in terms of the tools the town has. Our experience has been, though, with the homeowners associations that do exist in our community, that we have zero problems with those folks maintaining the facilities that they have. In fact, they do a better job than we do in our own. We might hire them to do ours.
So weren't we discussing though, like fencing around it, for some safety issues?
So that was something Andy brought up in his updated thing
Yeah,
he gave me
And
this
that's what
evening.
I was wondering, have you seen instances where that has been a thing?
I have seen stormwater ponds fenced, yes, sometimes with very unesthetic, very utilitarian, ugly, potentially, razor wired 6-foot tall chain link fences. What we had discussed, and after discussing with the developer, and there was a concern about that from the residents, and children, we might have higher intensity. We were more than happy to provide like a wood post, 4 or 5 inch kind of wood post, split rail fence with some no climb fence around those common areas that are 2 common areas serve as detention. It's the dog park area and that area to the north. The more maintained, higher intensity where the small kids might be more in the R2 zone is not a stormwater facility. So we're open to, and that would probably be an appropriate place to put that if you wanted some kind of fencing, and we were proposing that we could gate those entrances, those 2 controlled entrances, control them with a gate so the kid couldn't just wander in there. We're open to that if that was a concern. We heard it from them and it was a concession that we thought, made sense and was a reasonable concession. So if that was a concern, we'd be willing to do that. By nature, that when you're seeing that wasn't a requirement, it's sort of by nature how it wound up that it was getting fenced. As you look at it, most everyone surrounds us as either backyards of Creekside residents or residents of Burn Fork Estates, and whether they wanted to fence it, and they're more than welcome if they fence it to put a gate in it so they could access it. It doesn't mean one of the lots backing up in Burn Fork may not want to put a gate in it so they can go directly into it instead of going out of their lot and around the corner or something to gain access through that common area that comes to the roadways.
And your concern was how would the town access that and who would maintain the weeds inside the fence or outside? Like, was that what your concern was?
Well, I don't know that, if that's necessarily my concern. I think what I was pointing to was like, I just don't, it's clear to me now that Andy describes it. I think what you do is you just gate the entire common area or fence the entire common area. You wouldn't necessarily put a fence around where the hazard lies, right?
Yes, we would propose that the entire area get fenced.
The whole lot.
The whole lot. So it would be a very defined shape as you see right there with, pretty much a large rectangle with a couple leaders coming out to the right of way that people could open a simple gate with a latch, wouldn't be a locked gate. It would be wide enough that the fire department could gain access, because that was one of the other things we heard is they needed emergency access to those in case of an accident or someone in need of assistance or something, or a wildfire or any other thing. We wanted to provide emergency access to those.
In my mind, Jamie, when I was thinking of the fencing, for some reason I thought, when I look at like this picture, I was thinking we were just gonna fence the bowl off so that nobody would go into the hole. And that, now that I say that out loud, that sounds stupid.
Well,
So-
you said it.
Okay.
I've said it many times.
Probably won't be the last stupid thing I say in this process.
Are all gonna sound stupid shortly, 'cause it's 10:30 at night.
So, is it the council's desire to condition a fence around those common areas where they're, I mean, I think with the dog park area, that's gonna be fenced anyway, but, do you wanna condition that?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be where we would put it there, would be on number 19.
Common areas with stormwater facilities shall be fenced.
So out of the two, out of the two that will require to be fenced, one will most likely already be fenced with a dog park.
Right.
And that will be more of a retaining fence.
Yeah, just a small comment to that. We had actually a double kind of entry, or like, a building like an Arctic entry, so that one gate didn't get left open, the dog disappears, hopefully to at least have a redundancy.
Okay, are we good on 19?
I'm good.
Okay, we're almost there. 20, structures within subdivision shall not have basements or a crawl space. Okay. 21, architectural standards ensuring a common architectural theme within the proposed C2 zoning shall be established before the issuance of final plat for the commercial phase.
Most likely, that would be omitted from these conditions, since we've separated that out of this proposal.
Okay, so do you want me to mix it out of this conditions of approval, and then when you address the C2, you may put it into that zoning change? Okay.
It does, if that's a separate issue now from what we talked about, it doesn't make sense to have it in here.
I concur. Gone, one less. Yes, Andy.
I was gonna wait till the end, but since we're talking about it, I sort of have the same question about 18, condition 18.
You would.
I'm leaving that in there.
We could do.
I don't think it applies, in this. It's part of the commercial.
Well, it depends on if you want to condition them to provide you with a lot for a fire station, regardless of if it's commercial or not. And they may or may not agree to that condition, but it's a condition.
It's a condition.
It's a condition as it stands today, regardless of if it's C2 or not, or C2 zone or
And then
not.
we have a fire station in the middle of residential.
Correct. Multifamily residential. We need volunteers.
Oh, you haven't seen that before? How about Higgins Street, Missoula?
No, I know, I'm just,
What do you think, folks?
Well, I think that they're probably, well, what I think is that I can just about guarantee you that there's gonna be some negotiation on that particular issue. So
Okay.
I would prefer to leave it as it is right now.
Yeah, I just said leave it too.
And then we can, when we get to phase 7, we can figure out what we're gonna do.
21. Sorry, all my numbers changed as soon as I took something in. The town of Stevensville reserves the right to revoke approvals, terminate or enjoin the use of property or any other structure to be removed if the applicants violate any conditions of a preliminary plat approval. These are your team. 22, after the town council has approved the final plat, the applicant shall provide the town of Stevensville planning department with a copy of the recorded final plat within 5 working days of its recording, including the electronic version.
You know, I proposed this when we first talked about it in 23, that first sentence should say, after the town council has approved a final plat, the applicant shall provide the town. So we will be approving each phase final plat. So this is not the final plat for Orca State. It's the final plat for phase 1 or phase 2 or phase 4 or phase 3 of that subdivision, so a final plat.
I said, so what I put in here is after the town council has approved the final plat for each phase, the applicant shall provide the town Stevensville recorded. Okay, 23, developer is required to establish a homeowners association. Declaration shall be filed upon the approval of the final plat for phase 1. And so you'll actually want to get more of the meat of those upon that filing. Choose to. And I remember with Creekside, those changed quite a bit in the initial phases of the development.
Yeah, and just for the record, we had a problem getting a final plat on phase 1 of Creekside. We never did on Twin Creeks, but we did on Creekside. We did on George Smith. We also had some, they delayed building on 4 or 5 of those lots in phase 1 Creekside Meadows because we didn't get a final plat. I don't know if it was a mix up or what, but the town was able to say no further because of a condition like this. So that is some of our team.
Any further there? Okay, and 24, the developer shall provide verification from the Stevensville School District that details the potential impacts of states on the school district, which they provided that correspondence to us already. And so you have that.
They did provide,
They did provide it.
they'd like a fence
Well,
on the west
yeah,
side.
because they also want money.
Yeah, and I don't know if the town conditions those types of things for other governing bodies.
The county does.
Okay. It's up to you folks. If you want to condition that.
Go ahead, Andy.
Well, I want to, so again, I can keep this one short, I guess, dealing one at a time. We understand that it's like I mentioned earlier, resources are always stretched. The first letter the school wrote did not ask for 200. They said the teacher cost 50,000. I met with Bob and the facilities committee. We actually never even discussed that. So when I got back to the office to get that letter, it sort of surprised me that he had added that. It sounded like a misstep or an oversight. We did certainly discuss and we're happy to fence the back of the property. And that could be a standalone condition, I suppose, that, up on the filing of that plat, maybe. That's a little bit of diversion maybe of the question about fees, but that was a request of the school and we're happy to do it. Their main concern is they didn't want residents who back the school property to turn into a large dog park where their dogs run free and just run all over the place to control kids. And so they felt a barrier was a good thing to have, and we concur with that. So whether that's a neighborly consideration or we take that into consideration or it's a hard condition, we're perfectly fine. The 200 per lot, as was one of the reasons I brought up the tax slide. And on that, right now, that lot it's paying $14 to the school, which obviously is pittance to anything, doesn't get them anywhere. An example I used, and I always know there's a delay. There's always a discussion about delay. A Bear Creekside lot, once it was platted, was bringing in $200 per lot per year to the school. So there is that kind of concept that they are getting $200 a lot, not only once, but every year until that lot's plotted out, and then it goes up significantly once it gets built upon. So I can understand, everyone always wants money. It was a condition. I just wanted to provide another angle or dialogue to that. I think we had estimated, I did not break down, and I actually have it here somewhere if I went to pull it. I had looked at the subdivision as a whole and those taxes, it billed out, there was like 260,000 a year going to the school. I forget off the top of my head and I can find it quickly if I rifle through some papers, but I think that $2,800 Creekside home is paying $1,500 to $1,600 a year into the school district once it's built on. So it's a pretty significant amount goes to the school. Hopefully those earlier phases are likely the lower impacts to students as well. So as you file phase 1, phase 2, those are your R1 lots that may generate a low student count anyway. that could hopefully help build up that 200 per year for several years before you filed some of those higher intensity phases to help them maybe get ahead of that curve. But that's a little background. That's all I've got for that one.
What I will say is that that delay was actually because, in my opinion anyway, was because we used to do we used to reassess every 6 years all the properties, and now it's every 2. So that delay is shortened substantially. And it used to be that, you build a house and it'd be substantially done, and then 5 years later, your taxes went kablooey, and then people started, and then the school district started seeing some money from it. That's not the case anymore. So I think that that's a little bit of a dated issue. I think, as Amy's pointed out, as soon as the final plat goes in, the amount of money that the school gets will go up within that calendar year, I would think, because everybody wants their money as quick as they possibly can, especially the Department of Revenue, and we all know that.
I don't have the school letter in front of me, they're talking 200 a lot. I'd be curious on 137.
To clarify that, I think his letter was per door too.
Oh.
Yeah, I think if you read his letter, it's not per lot, it was per
It's
door.
per door.
Yes, I believe he was pretty clear on that it was, I guess I'm glad because there was no condition about the 200 per lot in here. It was something from his letter, but for clarity, I'm pretty sure his intention or request was 200 per unit door.
Family occupancy unit.
Is the term he used. How many units are we? Where's Susan? She'll tell us.
And that's the other issue, it's if we were going down that path, that was another struggle actually John and I talked about. It was when you go file the plat and you file a multifamily, well, what is the check for? Is it an R1 lot that if it's about time of filing the plat, you would almost have to try to collect it at the building permit phase as well, which could create accounting issues within the towns. I don't know how they're set up to handle this accounting for building permits and counting units and collection of fees. So if it were considered, we definitely think it should be tied to the time of the building permit. So that is a good point, because since it is door based and you file an R2 plat, you don't know if that's a single family or a duplex. So, or a fourplex. So we definitely thought it should be tied to building permit, not filing the plat.
That's a nightmare. I'll just take it as if we're collecting money on behalf of the school at the time that a building permit is pulled. But we have a hard time right now just reconciling somebody purchasing a lot in Twin Creeks. At closing, you get $300 from the police department per lot. And that alone has been a challenge to reconcile, because some lots pay twice, some haven't all at all.
Yeah, one of the things that the school experiences along with me is that the county will ask for that amount of money for the rural fire department per lot to help the rural fire department. Just try to keep their funding correct, and like I said, it's still kind of a dated system now, but I think that's probably where some of this is coming from, rural fire in the county. And I know that, the county is asked for as much stuff as they possibly can to try to get the facility or the infrastructure running as best they can for all those lots, which is why they ask for the. I am in favor of, maybe we ought to put something in that particular condition about the pet-proof fence.
So I think we can probably take out the developer shall provide verification from the school district, because that has effectively been done now. And we could replace that with the fence. And we're saying a pet-proof fence shall be installed on property bordering Stevensville School District property.
should that be noted at the time of the filing of the respective phase?
No, you're due tomorrow. Council?
Yeah. Yeah, because that's phase 4. That's 5.
All right, that concludes the conditions that have basically been stated. So,
I do feel we need to add the conditions regarding the number of stories that a house can have, either one-story houses adjacent to creekside. It's lot 30 to 36, lot 77, lot 90 to 99.
Yeah,
is that something you want to incorporate in the covenant?
yeah, I think it would be a covenant that we'd be accepting of to condition it. It's a similar covenant Creekside where they specifically explicitly state which lots can have single or 2 stories, since they had kind of a ban subdivision wide. They did just the opposite. They said which lots could have 2-story. We're doing just the opposite, saying which lots, can have 1 story, and only limited to 1 story. And like I said, we basically put it to any lot that is bordering Creekside. I should make, I guess, as you look at that visual, one exception is that is the lot that's favoring Logan Lane, adjacent to Logan Lane, which parallels their Creekside covenants allowing 2-story along Logan Lane to provide some buffer. So that's why we did not limit that one to single story. So we're fine if you wanted to add a covenant of that nature.
Okay.
Hold on. So you're saying that 2-story houses can go behind Creekside?
So what I'm saying, this is all tied to phase 1, or sorry, I get phase R1 zoning.
These ones can.
So the blue lots must be 1 story.
Oh. What? Those have to be 1 story?
They cannot be more than
Cannot be more than 1
story.
Yes, no 2-story houses on the blue lots. 2-story houses can be built anywhere else but the blue lots.
How come you just picked those lots?
Well, it represented a concession because we had heard, initially we had no covenant proposed, and there was concern about Creekside saying, we hear you say we're like Creekside, but we heard this comment, you're not restricting any 2-story. So we went back, we looked at it, we tried to protect the buffer again along the Creekside plat to provide a more similar covenant to those like the Short Court, Clover Lane. Those homes are probably going to feel more like Creekside than they do Burnt Fork. They're coming, they're on that side. So we didn't want particularly those lots to be 2-story, kind of injected right in the heart maybe of Creekside, if you will. We also wanted to provide any lots that bordered adjacent directly to it, a greater buffer. We also did not want 2-story to get on that western edge, which might block, internal views within our own subdivision to Creekside. We're trying to get a view shed and some kind of an angle from that Creekside to, open up that view to the west. So those are the lots we picked. It represents 28% versus 0, that there was no covenant before. So we offered 18 lots or 28% of the 78 for a restriction that it's a self-imposed restriction that zoning would have permitted a 2-story house, but we heard concern about that. So we tried to make some accommodations.
Nancy, can you tell me which lot along Logan Lane that's exempted?
It's lot 1. It's the one that's like, that's your place, right?
I'm on 2.
Okay, so it's the one like 2 down from you.
But it's listed as lot 1.
Listed as lot 1.
Okay.
And just for the 100% clarity, the reason we did not pick that one, and it was adjacent to Creekside, was because Creekside says you can put 2-story on lots, all those 3 lots that front that, and actually the first 3 lots, I think, on the north when you come in. So it was to mirror and create more of a break or a buffer to Logan. That was the purpose. You know, it's one that if you thought that there was great concern that it should not be, we'd be more than happy to limit that one as well, lot 1.
Can you retroactively limit my neighbor?
No.
For your wheels to slow down there.
Well, something's not quite making sense to me and I'm trying to figure out what it is, so just.
I mean, we have all night, you're good.
I'll stand right here for you.
Well, no, I mean, I guess like I'm picturing when you're out there. And I think,
Yeah, so all the rest of the lots that are in the middle there and in that loop will be able to put a 2-story house across the street from their neighbor in their backyard.
sure, but why would you? I mean, there's views all the way around that.
Right.
Except, I mean, well, even facing the school.
Right.
So why would you want to have 2-story homes throughout the whole subdivision?
Correct. You would.
I think it's market variability. Some people may need or may have a desire, you know, some people may want a 1.5 built.
Right, so you're saying the blue are only allowed 1-story and the rest you could have 2-story?
That's correct.
But in R1, that's only 30 feet.
Yeah.
Are you guys happy with that?
My concern was the Creekside view, residence view being obstructed by a 2-story.
It will be.
No.
Only the southern
How?
view.
I mean, I can look right off my porch and I have a view the whole way around. And if you stick 2-story houses in there, I'm not gonna have a view. Maybe that's not what I'm visualizing very well, but.
You're thinking 2-dimensionally. From your house to where that corner lots are on that loop, whatever that loop road is, that will obstruct your view. You'll be able to look right over the top of that house.
I think the likelihood of the distance that you set from here for a maximum height of 30 feet, you're probably seeing over that.
Maximum height of 30 feet.
Yeah, because it's limited by zoning. We still are limited by height restrictions and zoning.
Okay. Sorry, something wasn't right. I think that's what it is.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Okay. The covenants of the development shall stipulate that only single-level homes shall be built on any lot adjacent to Creekside Meadows subdivision and along the western edge of Burnt Fork Estates in the R1 zone, with the exception of lot 1 in phase 2.
I wouldn't have an issue with adding 74 through 76 to that, which is just on this side of the common area, which is still kind of like a buffer area to Creekside.
Where are you
Right here.
Right on the other side of the.
Right on the
retention
other side
pond?
of the common area.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't make that.
No.
Adding those to that restriction.
Right.
I kind of like that idea. That keeps that open.
Just to keep it universal, like a universal line there.
Otherwise you've got, yeah, almost a block.
And Steve agrees because that's directly behind him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think, I would agree with that.
Okay.
Any other conditions you want to know?
Are we on conditions or covenants?
Well, yes, I mean, if you want, so you have a couple avenues here. If you want the covenants to, if you want a condition that the covenants contain something, you can do so now. The covenants will also come before you before the filing of phase 1, when they file phase 1's final plat. those covenants are gonna come to you as well. So it just depends on how proactive you wanna do.
And the homeowners association will probably change it.
Yeah, once you approve the covenants, they're gonna change it anyway.
Then they have to come back to the town and say, we want to amend it to include such and such. And they can do that. Creekside has done that a couple of times.
Yeah, they changed like, lots of times.
A couple of years.
Yeah, and when the developer would sometimes change them as well on their own when they were the majority.
I was just looking through what Mr. Medford provided in the covenants in regards to the similarities. And what I heard were concerns, the similarities being them wanting the no extended boat trailers or RV permitted. And that is currently in the covenants of Burton Fork and Creekside. And then also just I just want to make sure that, all of the issues that were brought up on Tuesday evening, which what I'm seeing from what I've heard, they are the same covenants. So, unless anybody has anything else they want to address.
You're satisfied
The
there?
ones that they have questions about are addressed in this.
Okay. Any other conditions then you want to place on the preliminary plat approval?
I'm curious about why does this why do the roads have to go through to Creekside? Why can't we end those streets?
One of the challenges we have with Creekside Meadows today is it's one way in and one way out, and it's a public safety issue. Outside of that, I don't have a good answer other than interconnectivity of the community. I mean, the stubs are there, the infrastructure is leading to those points, meaning that those areas would need right of way anyway, so that the water and sewer infrastructure could connect to whatever stubs exist there, and stormwater infrastructure. So, I mean, just generally speaking, those things lie under roads anyway.
Sure. Those were left though to continue Creekside, which we're not continuing Creekside,
You're continuing development,
but we're not continuing Creekside.
okay? So why not connect them?
The thought, because there is a big concern that people that purchased their homes at the start of this development, they were aware that development would continue, but they were also told, and some bought their house on being told that it was going to be a continuation and that everything was going to basically be the same. And we've seen the plan earlier today, and that's not the case. So to give some peace of mind, to validate their purchase, I don't know why we have to continue those through and connect the two subdivisions.
I don't know if the town wants to get into the business of accommodating misinformation given by people who are selling property.
At that time, it was not misinformation. That's what the plan was.
No, it was always misinformation. If the road says dead end, that doesn't mean that the road never said dead end.
Well,
There was a
Jamie's-
barricade up there that said. that
Yeah,
the road-
Jamie's point is that somebody buys a house and the person selling the home says, well, whatever is built there is going to match exactly what's being built here. And what Jamie's argument is that is not the case today. Today, what's being built there is entirely
And it
different.
was approved at that time. It
That's
had
what
been approved.
realtors told people.
So there's
So-
no reason to believe that wouldn't have happened.
So the
And now here
caveat
we
to
are.
that is that, as I understand it, the current covenants in Creekside Meadows say that that those covenants would only continue into the new development prior to 2013, if the final plat was filed prior to that date. After that date, then those covenants would not continue into the new subdivision.
However, some of these people purchased their homes in 2004 and 2005.
Sure.
I would like to see those streets end. I don't think that access to Creekside to and from, that's been a great concern that has continued through this whole process. I would like to see it end. I'd like that to be a condition that they, if they are separate, if the covenants is different, if which we are seeing that to be true, those streets end.
So gate them off is what you're saying?
I don't care what you do, but they're not a through street.
Uh-oh.
I know. it's-
Could I speak to that just a little?
Do we have a choice?
I'm not sure you do. You can tell me to sit down.
You can tell them no if you want to.
It won't hurt my feelings. I guess Carrie, no, I'll give my short spiel. We met with police, we met with fire. That was one of the public safety concerns. One way in and one way out is usually in a major subdivision a big problem. I believe that those roads with connectivity, which one of the other things, I guess, a little bit of discussion that we haven't had is that connection, because there was that connection that was preferred by the council or the planning board specifically with regard to the commercial. And if we're, I guess I have a little question about which of those preferred options there are on the table. Is it the non-connection between the, what was proposed as commercial and still is proposed as commercial versus not? And depends on some of that, because that wasn't a condition. It turns into a recommendation from the planning board said, we think, we struggle with that. It was for hours in discussion about the commercial. Ultimately, the planning board said, we think it is okay, provided you give us a through connection. They thought that was important. And there were pros and cons to the through connection. And also there was discussion about limiting types of activity that could be viewed as too high of nuisance. But I guess when we're talking about roads, that provides connectivity, and it's back to that question you sort of raised earlier about laying good plans. And when you step back at 10,000 feet and regionally look at good grids, networks, planning through roads and things like this provides connectivity. One of the other things we also heard at that neighborhood meeting was, why don't we get a connection through Second Street or Third or other connections? So there was this searching for a connection as well, and this provides connection another way out to the south. I can't imagine a Creekside resident, we talked about path of least resistance, who lives down on down in this reach, who decides they want to come down Burnt Fork, isn't going to jump out on that and go out that connection, particularly if the through connection were provided to Burnt Fork. So the reason it came that way is we heard it from the town, police, fire, it was a concern. It improves traffic flow. It's better for the entire subdivision, Burnt Fork and Creekside. It's beneficial for traffic volumes and flow, dispersing the traffic. I've heard this intersection safety concerns about the coming off Logan at high speeds. If someone was so concerned, they could go through this project and come out on Logan in a different approach and be farther away from that intersection of higher speeds. So there was reasons that it was done. It certainly, you can always make that suggestion, of course, and see where it goes. But there was just some background. I wanted to provide a little bit of background to how we kind of came to that conclusion.
Yeah, and I guess with emergency police fire, it hasn't been an issue enough to do anything about it over the last however many years. There is a way, I'm sure it would take some effort, but if it was a major concern for Creekside, they could potentially, there's that big gate right on Second Street's right there. I'm sure there's a way to make an access there. I don't know. It was mentioned the other, I don't know. But at the end of the day, I would like to see those.
Here's the problem I have. The way that it sits now, if you're an emergency vehicle, ambulance, fire, you can go to the end of those streets in Creekside and not have an issue getting out. From the other end in Burton Fork Estates, you can't go to the end of those streets and get out without driving in somebody's yard or in their driveway to turn around and back out. So unless you want to put a cul-de-sac there, which homeowners love and everyone else hates, we have to have some connectivity. I realize that it's an issue for those people that live on those streets, but I say the same thing to people who call me up and say, well, the bus goes right by my house. Yeah, well, unfortunately, you live in the wrong district. You can't get on it. So, well, the realtor told me that the bus goes, well, yeah, sorry. There isn't anything I can do about that kind of stuff. Same thing happens here. There's a barricade there. That's not the end of the road. There's going to be a road there someday. I apologize that it's not the way you want it, but I am not in favor of not allowing through traffic on those roadways for safety concerns for just about everybody else. You cut that road off and the fire department tries to get down there and clogs it up, the ambulance then can't get down there, then the police department can't get down there, and then you have a huge traffic jam and accident, more accidents upon accident. Unless you turn into a cul-de-sac, which will use a whole lot of space, and space that doesn't generate any revenue for the town.
Sure, or we go into my next condition, which would
Can I
be
just
other
comment?
accesses.
I just want to comment real quick. From my understanding is when realtors were selling those homes, they were telling people, this is going to be built out, you're going to have vehicles coming by. Regardless if it's just like Creekside, an SUV is an SUV, they were aware that this was going to be built out and traffic was going to come this way.
Regardless of how the houses look.
Creekside. Regardless of how the houses look, cars are coming through.
And also just speaking on connectivity, I don't understand why Clover can't connect to Juniper. To me, that would just make more sense.
The developers are trying to make a concession to the Creekside or to Creekside Meadows.
Okay.
I think to limit travel through their subdivision.
Okay.
If that turns into a through connection, you're going to be able to collect a lot of this traffic, and these streets that we talked about being on the border, now this street turns on the border, it's going to want to exit, this one exits. So we intentionally tried to collect as much as we could and get it out of Creekside. So it was in concession to the Creekside not wanting traffic, which we heard.
Do you want to address your next point?
Well, that they're all wrapped in.
And combine the conversations.
Yeah, I mean, they're just all wrapped into one, so, I mean, we can argue that. But why should Creekside's traffic, why should the people, why should they have to bear a brunt of a new subdivision going in that is different, that has, like, it doesn't mirror what they were told. So yes, I understand they knew traffic would be going by. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. It's a different subdivision. Let's cap off those roads. Let's get to a different subdivision. If access is an issue, then let's create more access.
Well, but I think, if you apply that principle to the neighborhood Patrick lives in, his subdivision wouldn't exist today either. The original town site and Dobbins Edition were established well before Central Avenue was built in the mid-90s. And Central Avenue was heavily trafficked because of that subdivision. And the people who live on that road, that's part of growth.
Sure.
Well,
So
those
let's
people
do
that
it correctly.
Yeah, but those people that live in Creekside don't want to have anything to do with any other subdivision in town. Great. We can unaccess them and they can figure out how they're going to do water and sewer because they won't get it. So that was part of the plan that I think the town had in the original plan. Whether it looks different or not is unfortunate. And that's happened to me. I mean, there's people that live down the street and a couple blocks over that aren't what I envisioned being there or having built there. So that's going to happen in a neighborhood, especially when there's a road that's going to continue on from where it was. Granted, it doesn't look like I would like it to look either, but they're following the rules.
Some of the things I think we have to keep in mind when we're looking at this, at a higher level, like Andy suggested, is that, we're having this conversation 20 years after this was originally proposed, these streets, the philosophy of these streets interconnecting. And so I'd be curious if it's difficult to do, but what will this area look like 20 years from now? And will we be, shooting ourselves in the foot because we didn't connect these because there was a desirability for interconnectivity for that neighborhood? I mean, are we accommodating residents now or that live there now, or are we accommodating residents that will live there for the next 50 years?
It depends
And
on
maybe
what
they're
you
the same
think of a
people.
neighborhood.
Well, I prefer that most people that access the lower end of Turner Street use Barber Street and come up Smith, but they tend to go by my house.
No, they can't come down my street.
Well, maybe they can, well, they can go down Valley View and come up the other way. I mean, I think those are the, I mean, we're never gonna make everybody happy in terms of traffic, and I think, you know, even just taking feelings and the emotion out of it, we still have the public safety aspect of it, and the department heads in charge of those departments have spoke to the idea that those accesses at a minimum need to exist.
Then why didn't they write that in their conditions?
Because it was platted that way. We didn't need to condition that those existed because they had it on the map already. We wouldn't
Right.
condition something that
I
exists.
thought it was just said there was a conversation that was had about it, and that was a recommendation.
I mean,
I thought that's what you just said.
I think we, and I could be off, but actually you bring up a point. I think we actually did, because of Creekside, we actually proposed and discussed that, and they did not like the idea of not connecting those. Because we had heard Creekside didn't want any cars, didn't want any traffic. I think we brought that up to the department's heads, and they were not a fan of not having those through streets. They wanted those through streets, so we heard that, we accommodated in the design as a result of that desire. Having one way in and out of a subdivision is not an attractive thing, especially as it gets denser and there's more infill in this area. It provides actually 3 opportunities for people to escape. So, I'm pretty sure we did have that explicit discussion about cul-de-sac those. And
we talked about gates even, I think, and asked the department heads, you know, what do you think about if we just gated these with public safety type blocks or barricades or whatever, just drive overs, and police department approached it from a traffic flow standpoint, certainly. And you know, the consensus I think was reached even with Public Works that the preference would be that those are put through. And I think when you talk about other connections, you know, we've explored those as just recently as Tuesday. You know, Second Street is a very difficult thing to grip because of it's going through the county, and there's existing property owners on that street that are opposed to it. And we've talked about Third Street, and the master plan from 2006 does call for Third Street to go through. And we've even had those conversations with the school about, you know, that this may happen someday, and they've accommodated that in their project to know that, okay, there may be a road here someday that crosses. That price tag is between $1 and $1.5 million. We've already estimated it, depending on how much that road between East Third, where it terminates at the agriculture center, and connects to whatever that Willow. That is between $1 and $1.5 million, depending on how much concrete you put down in the sidewalks and how pretty you make it look. So we know that the challenge is that we don't know who to charge that $1.5 million to. Who gets to pay for that? Because that's a big chunk of money to accumulate. I mean, even if gas tax were to pay for that, we'd have to neglect the rest of our streets that are already frankly neglected in order to pay for that kind of a project, or borrow the money to do it, I don't care, but somebody eventually is gonna pay. Should it be Creekside, should it be BFE, should it be the rest of the community? I don't know.
So how's it any different connecting to a county road as Second Street than it is connecting to a county road of Logan or Burnt Fork?
You have to go through someone's property to make that connection.
Onto Second Street.
Correct.
And right now, there weren't, with the way it was when we did, the way it was when we originally did the original Creekside Meadows, the property owner adjacent or across from it did not object to a roadway coming out there. Now, the same thing would have to happen on Second Street. Those property owners that have frontage on that road would have to not object to having that through street done. They would probably also have to be paying for some improvements on that street as well. So in the case of Creekside Meadows, there wasn't an objection from the adjacent property owners across the street across Logan Lane from where it was proposed to be. There was an objection from that property owner because there's one big huge piece of property there owned by one person. That doesn't exist now on Third Street, or because that would eventually end up going back frontage on some of those people that live on East Second Street because they own almost all the way across. So that was the issue that we had, because that was originally the proposal, was that we were going to connect Second Street. We, in fact, the Ellisons at that time had contacted the gas company about redoing that little gas, I don't know what you call it there, that's right.
Pressure reduction
Pressure,
station.
yeah, that pressure station that's right there, and relocating it somewhere else so that they would be able to do that. And needless to say, those people that lived on East Second were violently opposed.
Maybe just to repeat, in addition, at the time, I suggested to Mayor Meisner that
Is the mic on?
that the town could require the developer to, develop, to improve Second Street and connect to town. Bill Meisner worked for the road department at the time, and he kind of jumped all over my case when I suggested that that could be connected. And I kind of got on the wrong side of all my neighbors when I said that. But there are huge hurdles for that connection. Not that it couldn't be done, but that's why it was not followed through at that time.
I'm gonna make a motion for a 10-minute recess.
Okay, we'll take any objections to a recess. Okay, let's take 10 minutes and reconvene at 11:30.
You have the door here.
And we can continue on. All right, we're calling back to order after a brief recess. Stevensville's Town Council meeting, March 25th, 2021. Barbara Estates conditions. Still catching my breath from my jaunt to the restroom. Excuse me. I think the conversation was left off on whether or not the roads connecting to Creekside Meadows were permissible. And secondary to that, I think we do need a conclusion as to the connection between the southern lots, the C lots, and the rest of the subdivision. An alternative is on the deal there for you. So whether you want to condition that or accept that alternative, and then whether or not you want to allow the remaining roads of Creekside, or excuse me, of Burnt Brook Estates to connect to Creekside.
I think we should establish that the roads that are in the proposed C2 area do connect over to Alpine Loop.
Okay, we can condition that. We'll just carry over the recommendation of the planning board, which states we recommend there is a connection. We'll just copy that language up. So that's addressed. Do we want to continue to discuss the internal roads? Okay. Any further conditions then? You have a list of 26 here.
The only other condition that I can think of is we need to come up with a number on those multifamily dwellings, like what type of maximum families are we going to allow to live there?
So I think that's actually a good point to address, because there is some discussion about 16 plexes and 10 plexes and these giant buildings being built to house hundreds of people. Our zoning codes already restrict a lot of the building that can occur on any certain lot. So if a lot were a quarter acre, for example, and it were in an R2 zone, it's gonna have a 25-foot setback, 7.5-foot side, 25-foot front setback, 7.5-foot side yard setback, and a 20-foot rear yard setback, okay? That's gonna limit the envelope that you can build in square footage wise. Our code also addresses minimum square footage of dwelling units. And then there's off-street parking requirements. So by the time you get anything on a lot, it's a pretty narrow window or envelope that you can actually make something happening. I think on Tuesday we learned many of the lots will accommodate two-plex or duplex, three-plex, four-plex at max. But a handful of lots will accommodate higher occupancies. But the size of the lot really drives, and our code automatically drives the number of units that can go in or that can be built on the lot because of the lot size. John?
Do you want me to point out which lots could be which? Could you also include the discussion we had on Tuesday evening in regards to the 10-plex and whether or not that could actually be fixed? Right. There's been a lot of discussion about this 10-plex and this 7-plex lot. The reason they're laid out that way is because there's a minimum frontage that we need on a lot. When you get to a corner like this, that ends up being a large lot that's attached to that frontage. And that's what happens in the two corners here. They weren't intentionally designed for 10-plex and 7-plex. I would be surprised if in order to put a 10-plex on this, you'd have to have one bedroom or efficiency units with, I think they only allow one, they only need one parking space per. So it'll all be efficiency units. My guess is that the market here probably isn't going to go that direction. By the time you get down to it, these are probably going to be
at most maybe a sixplex. This would be a little bit smaller. But the lots that back up to the west, we intended those essentially to be duplexes. You could fit 3 units on some of those. The central block here, we intentionally designed it for 4plexes. And again, these are a little smaller lots. We anticipated they'd be duplexes. These here would be a mix of possibly duplex, triplex, fourplex. But if you look at the George Smith edition, it doesn't max out the density that you could have. You could put a triplex on each of those lots, and your density would be twice what it is sold. So that's basically our calculation.
The only thing that worries me is lot aggregation. Somebody tries to buy several lots and they put them together and the one to build something larger. Or one lot is the parking lot and one lot's the building.
Well, even if you aggregate, you still have those setbacks. If you start putting more units, then comes more cars, you still start, as everything spatially grows, it all takes footprints. The one thing that we have most likely contemplated is more like those fourplexes being able to have unit ownership through the town-owned declaration, which comes back to that affordability issue of potentially, we didn't want duplexes, fourplexes above, under, over units. We were looking for unique entries where you could potentially even townhome them down the road and have individual ownership, and try to make something more affordable and something on the market, So there's consideration in all the duplexes or the fourplexes that they could be, through the townhome declaration, possibly. I'm not saying that's what would happen, but it has a possibility they could create some more, smaller land area, smaller footprint. So someone could potentially have that ownership to not have to rent or something. That 7-10plex was some math. It was strictly taking the absolute maximum you could do. The likelihood of getting those on there again, we stepped back when we had that initial proposal and we wasted on lots. And then things start hitting the paper and projections and estimations. And so we intentionally tried to come in and put some numbers on it. There was no need, and I heard a discussion earlier, you must show what your card is. You got to show what your intention. We don't have to do any of that. You could just propose R1 and R2 and it's a subdivision and comply with zoning. But we intentionally tried to go through and really try to maximize and say, with our intention, what is the likelihood here? And that's, again, if everything winds up going multifamily, and that in of itself is probably going to be a stretch. Some of those probably turn into single family homes. Maybe that's where this 2-story goes in R2 that didn't get restricted, that didn't, we put some limitations on R1 to push it. But it was just, some diversity created to try to create a blend of product and something that could make affordability. And there was intention in the design of those for, like John said, duplexes, fourplexes. Those 7 and 10plexes, we've never sat down and took a 7plex or a 10plex and tried to figure out how that even fits. It's sheer just the math. That's all it was, to create number of units to try to estimate traffic trips and other things. So there's been some confusion, I think, about these projections and number of units.
Nancy, does that adequately address your concerns about the density and the number of dwelling units per lot and that sort of thing?
I mean, it does as far as the math goes. I understand how the math works, that, with this number of acres, you can put this number of dwellings on. I understand that. I just think, and you've said it numerous times, you said it tonight, this is one of those chances where we can say, look, this is the maximum that you can put on each individual lot. I mean, what I'm nervous about is having lots getting aggregated, and then all of a sudden you have a 24plex, or the possibility of that happening. And obviously I know if I sit here and speak this fear of that, then there's obviously somebody else that lives nearby there that also has that fear. I'm not the only person that thinks that's a possibility. And that's the only reason why I'm saying that maybe we should put a cap on the number of dwellings allowed on a single R2 lot.
I think that if that's really your concern about the aggregation, then maybe you condition it that is permitted. I've never seen or heard of that before, but I don't know if it's out of the question to prohibit aggregation of lots rather than stipulating the maximum number of dwelling units. Because I think your code is already doing that with the setbacks in the building envelope, and that's outside of the math of units per acre, completely independent of that. You're already really restricted on the size of your lot, how much you can build on.
I guess I'll propose, as far as limiting the aggregation of lots, no more than 2 lots can be aggregated together.
I would like to see us say that no lots can be aggregated. If you as a developer, are gonna propose, these are the lot sizes that I want to have in my development. Let's not let somebody who wants to come and buy a block of lots and say, put these all together. And build put a bigger building on it, and yeah, so I would be against aggregating even lots, and no aggregation of lots.
I can agree with that.
Okay, and I can agree with Jamie. Okay, we have consensus. The lots within the subdivision may be aggregated or combined. Simple enough. Are there any other conditions? We did have a request that we entertain some public comment before anything further is proposed. After you're done with your conditions, we could accommodate some if you want to entertain prior to. Assuming it feels like maybe you're moving towards a decision once your conditions are set.
I'm ready to entertain some public comment.
Are there any other conditions, last call and conditions for this moment in time before we call for comment? Really? All right, public comment.
Steve Gibson, Stevensville. I'm not going to talk a lot because I think Rain's already left. You know, such things as access off of Twin Creek, Creekside. It's been a dead end since 2004. There are many subdivisions were built. I talked to Mr. Hooley about this last summer in the field, that you can put up emergency button gates for access. That's not an issue. And if you do have, which you should get, access up Middle Burnt Fork and Logan, you know, I don't see why it has to go through Creekside. But again, I think it's a done deal. I just will make one more comment. And with all due respect, I don't think it's an issue of credibility. When I was in the state legislature, and what I've read in the paper, what's been reported, is the people that have commented on this, either in writing or at the public hearings, March 4th, I think it was, 29 opposed, 1 for, a realtor. It's been reported in the paper that it's almost like 97% of the citizens of Stevensville, not just Creekside Meadows, have objected to this as it stands. And I'm not against development either, but it just seems there's so many unanswered questions. But my point is, there was a bill like this in the legislature, and 97% of the people that testified on that bill were opposed to it. The way it stood without amending it, it would have never passed. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Well, Paul, I would like to congratulate you on being in the seat when you approved Creekside, because I love it there. So thank you very much. Before I talk about conditions, and I'm only going to do this a few minutes, because if I was still on ship, I'd be getting ready for my mid-watch as officer of the deck, so I'm getting pretty tired here. But so the planning and zoning board that you keep referring to, the minutes, those are minutes that have not been approved by the board, yet you're discussing it as if they are. So we don't know if there's other material or other things that might be addressed by the board when they review those. So I just want to point that out. Okay, a couple of conditions that you've talked about, and in the application, it says the subdivision will connect to two county roads. Well, you don't have that done. So I said it was incomplete before. I think Paul even agreed with that. You have to have that done before you can move forward. The walking path, in fact, is the planning and zoning board talked about a walking path to meet the walking bike path on Middle Burnt Fork. And that's not in the plan yet. And so I don't know if these are conditions that need to be put in on behalf of the citizens or not, but I think it's important that you consider that. The same thing with the road mitigation. That's part of the application, but it's not settled. And whether that's a condition or you just have to demand it in the application. The same thing I mentioned before, the booster station. Everybody's agreed that it would be paid for by the developer, but I think it has to be specified in the condition or in the paperwork, so it's in writing. So whether that's a condition or not, it should be. And I respect what Andy Mefford's been saying about the number of units, that it's not on paper. I think that there has to be a number at some point for the additional traffic study that will be required or requested by so many people. I think that the map that John Kellogg pointed out with the 2-story homes, I think that's a great concession. And I know Dempsey has asked several times about increasing that, but I respect that as being a condition. I asked earlier for you to consider that any construction traffic for phase 1, especially if this is approved eventually by DEQ, DNRC, and everybody else that has all sorts of letters behind their names, that the construction trucks and the crews that are working on any homes come through Burnt Fork property, not through the Creekside roads. We heard Jim Edwards talk about semis and delivery trucks and everything else when he was opposed to the commercial zone. Well, I think that would be the case with the Creekside residents, and they would want that traffic to come through Burnt Fork. I did have one other point that I wanted to make. And I would recommend that you have a condition that consider that approved stormwater permit be acquired as a condition, if in fact the permit is required. We don't know that yet. And at the Tuesday night meeting, we heard Andy Mefford again speak about a security bond of 125% regarding infrastructure. I think that needs to be a condition so that we know that the infrastructure will eventually be put in no matter what happens with this development. So those are just a couple of thoughts I have on conditions and things that I think will protect the town. So thank you, Mayor.
Just to clarify on the bond issue for the town council, that is an alternative to, so if you wanted to allow the developer to file the final plat before the infrastructure or anything else was done and built and certified by the town, you would require that bond. In reverse of, or in opposite of that, the other option you have, which we often implement in Stevensville, is that you will not be allowed to file the final plat and subdivide the property until the town signs off and says you can, and you have all of those infrastructure pieces in place at your own expense. So the pipes have to be in the ground, the asphalt's gotta be poured, sidewalks are in, all of those things are met and stamped by the town of Stevensville and then the appropriate authorities prior to that final plat being coming before the town council and being approved. And if you come to the town council and there are issues with infrastructure, for example, the asphalt doesn't pass a core test, then you make them go fix it and then come back with final plat. Or you approve it conditionally that that's fixed. So those are your options. So we're not looking at a contractor's bond or anything like that at this time because we're requiring those things to be done prior to final plat and that the conditions be met. Any further public comment? Ms. Howell?
Victoria Howell, I'm still a little nervous about the commercial, even though you split off that zoning question. So I'm thinking that because I don't know what your decision is going to be or if you're going to make one tonight, but you could put a condition that there's no commercial activity out there or a covenant.
All right, it doesn't look like there's any further public comment. How would council like to proceed further?
I'll make a motion that we approve with conditions as amended tonight, the Burkport subdivision.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Ludington, second by Mr. Sherd, to approve with the conditions listed tonight, the Burnt Fork Estates subdivision. Preliminary plat. Council discussion.
Yeah, I'll address a couple of concerns that Jim had. They won't, there is a condition in there that they have to have approval from DEC on their stormwater system. That's a condition. So they won't be able to move forward until they have that. Same thing with when we get to figuring out where we are with water and wastewater. At some point, we may have to say, we can't issue a final plat on phase 6 because we're not sure where we're at with our water yet. Because one of the things that the town is obligated to do is provide utilities, which are owned by the citizens of the town. That's why you pay water rates separate from property taxes. So I think that we've addressed a lot of the issues that you have. One other thing I will say is that I think that at least someone from the road department or somebody from the public works of Stevensville will be out taking a picture of what the roadway looks like before they start any construction or move any vehicles out there. And that will be what the road looks like before they sell a lot. So if that means that they have to repair some roads because of damage that they caused because of equipment that they moved across there, that's pretty standard in construction. So that if they do damage to the town's roads, they will repair the town's road to the condition they were in when they started construction. That's pretty standard. So whether or not, because the roads that they use don't belong to the Creekside residents, they belong to the town. And I pay taxes on those roadways just like you do. So I want to make sure that those roads are maintained properly. And if they are damaged by construction or fire or flood or something like that, they'll be repaired to the state that they were beforehand by whoever is responsible.
Further discussion from council. Okay. Public comment. Right. No public comment. Motion on the floor is to approve with conditions listed the preliminary plat. We'll call for the vote. Ms. Brenda?
Councilmember Devlin,
No.
Councilmember Ludington,
Aye.
Councilmember Sherb,
Aye.
and Councilmember Vick.
No.
Well, this may not come as a surprise to some and may to others. And I've watched a few meetings recently in the community where we've come to ties at midnight. I'm a firm believer that as a public body and as representatives of the community, that this group specifically and especially needs to come to a consensus. And that may be 3-1 or it may be 4-0, but I think that the fairest outcome for our citizens to weigh this decision comes from the four of you coming to an agreement on how this proceeds. I think it's relatively clear where I stand as the chief executive of the organization, where I stand on the subdivision. They've met the rules, all of those things. There are things I don't like about the project, but I really have no footing to say that we have to change it. It's just unfortunately in this position we're in. And so I'm not going to tie the motion's going to fail. But I do want to encourage the council and it's your decision, obviously, because this is your meeting. If I have my way, we can sit here and discuss the subdivision for another hour until you folks are completely sound in the decision. But if you also think that, you know what, we need to reset and come back on the 1st of April, or on the 6th of April, or on the 8th of April, those are the next 3 scheduled meetings, to vet this more with a fresh mind, I completely understand and don't hold that against you. So, but it is your process collaborating with the public, and I firmly believe that consensus has to be built with this body. It's not something where the four of you can split it and then I get to be the bad guy, whether it's approved or not approved. So that's where I sit. I'd love to hear your feedback as to how you'd like to move from this juncture.
Make a motion to table until April 1.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, so moved by Mr. Vick, second by Mr. Ludington to table the Burnt Brook Estates preliminary plat decision to April 1st. Council discussion.
Yeah, I'll just say I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. I think that you're correct. We do need to come to consensus. We need to figure out. I would encourage people to try to put down in words or sentences or paragraphs of how they would like to proceed and what they would like to see happen. If you want to decrease the density, if you want a complete redesign, you'll have to be able to necessitate why you think that needs to happen. Unfortunately, as unemotionally as you can, because I know this is an emotional issue for a lot of people. But I would like to be able to see this come to some sort of consensus. And I am not opposed to any kind of discussion and compromise that might be involved with that.
I think in that vein, if there is are suggestions or tools or accommodations that I can make in helping this body build consensus, that's a big piece of my job here, in helping the four of you come to a unanimous or close to unanimous decision. I'd love to hear that feedback individually from you. So that my phone's open and email's open to those suggestions if you think that'll help.
I guess my concern with tabling it for another week is that, I'll be quite honest, there's not really anything that I'm gonna hear that I haven't already heard, that I haven't already based my decision on, that really is going to change my opinion when I'm looking at that plot and these conditions. So we can table it for another week. And I would bet that we would sit right here and the outcome would be the same. So I don't know that I agree with tabling it, unless something drastic is gonna happen in the next 7 days. And I haven't seen that drastic piece happen in the months that we've been, dialing this down. I think I'm tired, you're tired, everybody's tired, we wanna go home, but I don't know that we're afforded that privilege at this time.
I'll rescind my motion.
Okay, motion to table to April 1st has been rescinded.
I guess I'll speak. I'm not sure why you voted no. Why I voted no is not just all the concerns that I've heard from everybody in this area. Frankly, not just Stevensville, but up and down the Bitterroot Valley. Yes, the requirements are met. That's okay. But I feel like our area was promised something that they're not getting. When something is approved, you have the right to move forward with that. I'm still caught in the weeds, as are a lot of people, as to why we're making such, and I will use the word drastic change, between what was originally approved and what we're looking at now. If that plan that we're looking at right now mirrored what was originally approved, I have no problem with that whatsoever. But it doesn't. And because it doesn't, I'm stuck there. You can't promise somebody something and then take it away. Maybe that's how it works in some areas of the world, but that's not how it works in my area of the world. It is our job to protect our town. And I don't think approving that is protecting our town. I think there's a way to have a happy medium. That's where I'm at. So I'd be interested to hearing where your no comes from.
My no comes from similar places yours. The people in Creekside were promised something. I mean, and granted, unfortunately, Mr. Ellington passed away, and something different is going to come up. But they don't want something that's this drastically different. But also too, and the number of people I've talked to out of Ward 2 that are opposed to the subdivision of this size being out there, and even people that live up on all the way out as far as Iron Cap and South Burnt Fork Road and whatnot, and out there close to the Gold Creek Recreation Area, they're opposed to a subdivision of this size because of, growth's going to happen no matter what. I come from a city in South Florida originally that I don't even recognize it anymore because of how growth has happened. But I think what the reasoning behind my no is mainly because of what the people I represent want, and they believe that this project is just way too large to throw onto 58 acres. And that's why I voted no.
So I guess I have a question.
Okay.
So technically, the motion failed, which means the subdivision failed, which means are we starting over with our vote? Are we making that decision, or what are we doing?
So what I need from you is I need a motion to approve, or a motion to approve with conditions, or a motion to deny. Or the application just sits in pending status. So that's why it doesn't fail. It's because the flip side is when your motion fails to approve, or approve with conditions, that's where we get into this deadlock. This is alternatively, you could make a motion to say we're gonna deny the subdivision. Well, if that motion also fails, then, you know, we're stuck in this same gridlock, unfortunately. So the question I would pose is, you know, what kind of information do you need to discuss either tonight or at a future meeting to help either A, turn 2 of your votes to yeses, or B, turn 2 of your votes to no's, right? It's one or the other. Somebody meets in the middle and says, okay, I can live with this or can't live with this altogether because of these reasons. So, I mean, I don't know. I think I've been able to speak frankly with you, Jamie, in that I think everybody has in the back of their mind something they're willing to negotiate with as far as a chip. What's the piece you want?
I kind of laid it out.
Can you put your thumb on it to say, this one thing would help me sit back in my chair a bit?
I don't think it's one thing. I think it's a reduction in what we're looking at. So covenants would be the same. We would reduce what we're looking at. There would be no commercial. It would be pretty much the plan that was already approved. That's where I'm at. And I believe that would still allow the developer to make money. I believe that would be a win-win for everyone. I really do.
I guess what I'll say at this point is that for those people that live in Creekside now, they didn't know that this is what they would be looking at. And I understand that. I understand that that's not what you expected when you bought that house. And we decided to live out there. And conversely, to be perfectly honest, we don't know that this is gonna look like either. This is what somebody thinks that they would like to do, but there's also another plan that they thought that they would like to do as well, and it didn't work. So we're not sure that this one will work. I can't tell you what this one will work. What are lumber prices up now? 174% or something like that. So I'm not so sure that this will work. I don't know that they'll be successful with this particular. So they do phase 1 and phase 2, and then somebody else comes in and it looks different. What do we do then? They redesign this and it goes nowhere. What do we do then? Do we make sure that this stays the same way in perpetuity? I think that the general concept that was put in place when Creekside Meadows was originally done was, this was a way for us to allow the town to expand in a certain way so that we would be able to enlarge the pie of people that were paying rates to the town, so that we were able to continue the town to grow residentially. The first big hit it took was East Second Street when that connection wasn't accomplished. The second one was, there were some economic issues that went along the way that really hindered the selling of the lots. Once they came in and proposed phase 2, 85% of those lots were bought by one person. Who then turned around and sold some of them again. And, they were able to build that out relatively quickly. Same thing happened with Twin Creeks. The town of Stevensville bankrupted a very successful businessman trying to get that done the way we wanted it. And ended up being owned by the bank. And the bank wrote off, 60% of the value of that piece of property in order to be able to sell it and move ahead. So same thing happened with George Smith, same thing happened in other subdivisions in town. This is kind of a record of history that we have here. To be perfectly honest, I'm probably only 25, no offense guys, but I'm about 25% sure that this is gonna happen. I'm not approved or not approved, denied, redesigned the way you like it. I still don't see it happening, to be perfectly honest. You're right, it's a huge development. It's a big monumental task. And then once you start putting in, 6,000 feet of roadway and all that infrastructure that has to go along with that, and making sure that all the connections are there and everything is done the way it's supposed to be done, and then all of a sudden you got water running everywhere, or all of a sudden the next door neighbors have water running everywhere, and there's water running down. There's a ton of issues that could happen here that we have no way of predicting. Same way we have no way of predicting what was going to happen when those people moved into Creekside Meadows and saw that there was a barricade at the end of the street. So I would like to see us, because I'm pretty sure at this point that we will be in the same position if we make a motion to deny this. So I don't know if the developer and his representatives are ready to try to look at something different, if they're going to stick with what they've got. But obviously we're gonna have to try to come to some sort of compromise in order for this to be able to happen.
Andy, when you guys calculated the total potential number of units when you compared the two, okay? I recall you saying worst case scenario on Tuesday.
Yep.
So, knowing, because you just did that you took the streets out and then calculated the acreage, right?
We looked at that perceived sort of worst case scenario, kind of trying to really roll up our sleeves and look at what it could be. We looked at the lots dimensions that we had set by the width of lots, city standard, set by the time you monitor setbacks, look at parking, look at the density. That's how we came up with that number. The only one that was really focused was the duplex lots and the fourplex. Like I say, the 7plex and the 10plex was just square footage. Do the math. Here's how many hypothetically could go on this lot just to be conservative.
Because I guess where I'm going with that is part of this conversation is about the size of this project, and I think that ties into its density and the concentration of people. If I'm hearing some of what Jane's saying, that's a hang up. We're looking at a difference, and so the proposed number of units was 155. The potential, not proposed, potential number of units is 225. Trying to 70 units is what is holding us back in that specific aspect of the subdivision. I'm not saying that if you remove 70 units from this proposal that it's magically going to pass or not pass. But I think I'm just trying to handle or grasp that piece of the dialogue here. To see if how critical. We know, I think you've spoken to the reality, right? And so I don't know if that reality accommodates those 70 units or not. I don't know. I'm more or less speaking out loud to try to see if is 70 units as bad as we want to believe it is, or is 70 units a significant number that we need to reduce for what the community expects? You guys are supposed to have the answer to that.
think our community has high expectations, which I don't necessarily think that's wrong. I'm not saying that in a bad way. We have a lot of people in Stevensville and the surrounding area that don't want any growth, that have bucked growth from day one. That's not a reality. I mean, we're going to grow. It's going to happen. I don't think that many people, so Steve, you spoke of, I believe it was you, 97% people not wanting this development.
They have commented it was in the paper.
And I think when we hear that, our assumption is that that means they just want this field to stay there. That's not what I've heard, and that's not the way that I interpret that. So we've got varying degrees, not 97, right? People that absolutely don't want anything, and people that are willing and want something, but not this, right? That's what we keep hearing. They don't want this. This is scary. This is big. This is. It does come with a lot of potential issues, as anything does. So I don't know that the battle per se is that we don't want anything. I think we just want a modified version of this. We want to scale this back and slow this down a bit. This sets a precedence. Creekside did. We learned a lot from Creekside. Some of those we've carried through to this, some of them we haven't. This sets a precedence for the rest of the acreage that's now up for sale around the same area. And we just have to, at the end of the day, right, this is, I don't know, it's 12:30, I'm not sure to say it's politically correct, but there are items that our townspeople have an absolute say in, 100%. There are items that they turn over to us to make those decisions. If something is followed to the T and there's nothing that you're doing wrong, as in this case, we have to be very careful in speaking for the townspeople, because you are following the laws, you are following the regulations. However, going back to what I was saying earlier, we have a moral obligation to our town. And so I feel like, yes, you're checking all those boxes and you're meeting the requirements, great. I think we need to find a place where we can meet in the middle that makes all of us comfortable, that still allows for growth, that still allows, development and some change for Stevensville. But we have to compromise a little bit. And I'm not saying that I don't feel you have. I think you guys have done really a great job in that. The meeting that you had, just tonight coming up with different companies. I'm not saying that you haven't. I would just like to see that toned down a little bit.
So and promise you won't hate me for this.
Not a little bit.
You probably will, and that's okay. Because we're professionals, we can sit here and debate this. Allow me to take maybe a less softer, gentler approach to this conversation. The developer has given us a plan that checks all the boxes. We've all admitted and fully acknowledged that it checks the boxes in terms of what is legally required for a subdivision. We conclude that as a conclusion of law, not only this body, but also the Planning and Zoning Board. And the developer has confirmed willingness to mitigate all the impacts that we've identified, and we've required them to mitigate those impacts with our conditions. From a litigious perspective, I don't know as though the town council is really even allowed legally to say no to the subdivision. It meets all the requirements of the law, and so I do hear, and I totally empathize with this concept, and I agree with it, that we have to fulfill our moral obligation to our community. But then there's also a legal and litigious piece to this. And that I think if we push a little too hard and try to get more out of this than is reasonable, that we'll find ourselves in a stickier pot and in an unfriendly relationship. And so while I want to build consensus amongst the town council on this decision, I also, for lack of a better term, want to keep the peace between the town of Stevensville and the property owners that have a property right to the subdivision to a degree. You know, clearly the public's participation in what happens with that property at this level clearly outweighs some rights to property, but there still is a balance there. And you know, the fact that they pay $14 to the town of Stevensville in taxes every year doesn't diminish our representation of those people in this community either. I mean, they are property owners in the town of Stevensville just the same. You know, we're balancing a lot of voices here. So that's just one other piece I'd like to interject here amongst the council as you consider this, is that sometimes we hit a wall where you can't say no. You've run out of rope and you're there. You have to say yes to it because the law tells you to.
Then why does it come before us for a decision?
It guides your decision. I mean, now if we sat here and said, you're gonna do traffic calming, and they said, no, hell, no way, forget it. We're gonna keep these racetracks, and in fact, we're gonna make them 10 feet wider, deny the subdivision. Conversation's over. That's what happens. But when they say, okay, yeah, we are willing to do some speed humps and some curb extensions, we think we can make this work, we'll bring some ideas back when we do construction plans and see if you guys like that. And then that seems to be what the conversation has been so far. Then you're not in a position to say no to the subdivision because they have been willing and they have demonstrated their willingness to mitigate the impacts of their subdivision and what happens on their property to the rest of the community. It sucks, but I think purposefully the fathers that wrote the code were protecting these individuals just as much as they were trying to protect with the other pieces of code. They were trying to protect our citizens. There's a balance. It's not one-sided.
I will go on the record as saying that this will have to be an unfinished business item on the next agenda for the next council meeting. Since it was a motion that failed, we can't really revisit it. We can certainly have a discussion about how we think we can accomplish trying to get to a better place than we are right now. And I think that there's room for that, but as you have said, I think that and I kind of resisted saying this the whole time, part of this is that we're in a cancel culture right now. Compromise is not in our vocabulary. We want to say no. We want to say, don't do that to me. We want to say, you can't allow that to happen. We want to be able to say that. And to be perfectly honest, this is where that's supposed to happen. This is where we're supposed to be able to say, no, we don't want that, is in a place like this. So what we have tried to do is make that so that we can do that. We can say, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. Do you still want to go? Do you still want to do it? Yep, we still want to do it. Okay, so now you're going to do this and this and this and this 26 times. These are the things that you're going to have to do in order to be able to accommodate what you want to be able to do with this particular piece of property. We really can't do anything other than that. Now, conversely, if the town owned this property and it belonged to the town, we could probably spend a year and a half designing what we thought it should look like and come up with something that would be acceptable to 51% of the people, maybe. And then the other 49% would hate it. So that's, I kind of think where we're at now is we got some people who like it, some people who hate it. I personally know a half a dozen people in Creekside Meadows who won't show up to a public hearing, who think that this is fine. Growth is going to happen. we're regulating it as best we can. But they're not gonna step forward because they live in the neighborhood and have been, I know a particular couple has been accosted a couple of times by people coming to their house and saying, you have to stand up and say no. And they say, no, we really don't. We're not against growth. We're regulating it as best we possibly can. Take a look at what's happening north of town. That sucks. Those houses are, I'm sorry, but 10 years from now, they'll be polluting the Bitterroot River. They just will. That's the aquifer that we live in. They're using the water and polluting the property. And here we have an opportunity to say, we want people to live here. We want to be able to take care of them. We want to be able to make the town. Is it perfect? No. Is it going to turn out the way it looks? Maybe. I don't know. But in my opinion, we're going to have to make a decision, or I shouldn't say that. This will have to be on unfinished business on the next agenda until some decision is made.
I didn't have an opportunity to explain why I said yes. In listening to constituents, people on the block, people in the grocery store, when I asked how they felt about the neighborhood, they expressed concerns about wastewater. They expressed concerns about stormwater and water supply. They were under the impression that this was going to be approved and those issues were going to be disregarded. In the process, DEQ, DNRC, they are protecting those, they're evaluating those step by step. This is the way we protect our system. This is the way we build our system. I agree with Paul. I think it needs to be unfinished business on our next agenda.
All right. My green light's slowly turning yellow on my battery. So, no surprise there. And unless there's any final remarks from council, we'll move on in the agenda and we can pick up this conversation at your next council meeting. We'll just keep rolling with it. Okay. Mr. Kellogg, last remark.
I'd like to offer, if we could provide you a comparison. If we could provide you a comparison, there's been a lot of talk about the original Creekside design versus what we're proposing. And I think it would be helpful for you to see if we went through the original Creekside phases 3, 4, and 5 versus Burnt Fork Estates and show you comparative numbers on how many units and what we're proposing. Andy's done that to some extent, but what we have not done is look at each lot and say, okay, given the square footage, what's the max that anything could be done on this lot with that zoning, and kind of skip over the whole question of whether it's reasonable, whether you can get parking and everything, but just basically doing the math, compare those things. And we could provide that for you.
I think any information you think that the council would find helpful in considering this at their next council meeting, I'd welcome you to provide it.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
I have a question. Can somebody provide me with an area or two where there are two subdivisions that bump up against each other, that have different covenants, that are adjoining?
We certainly could provide you
Yeah,
that.
I want to review
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Is there any other information council would like to request from the developers representatives? If you think of anything, please let me know. I'll pass that note along to them. Okay. All right. Yes, we will continue this on April 1st. We kind of anticipated we might anyway. So that agenda only has one very brief item on it for bid opening. So you'll have an opportunity to hash this out. You have plenty of time to do so, actually. The bid opening will only take about 10 minutes. Okay, with that, In rapid fire, I would like to entertain a motion from the town council that you suspend council rules and consider new business items 11, A, B, and C under a consent item.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Vick, seconded by Mr. Ludington, to consider new business A, B, and C as a consent item on the agenda. You have the items listed there on your agenda for consent. Are there any questions from the town council on any three?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Can you give us a 2-minute synopsis on the credit card, Robert, since you stayed this late?
That's good.
I was wondering why you were here.
Exactly, me too. Real quick, the agenda item is to switch to a new credit card vendor, basically move it from Farmers Bank, our main bank, Rocky Mountain Bank. And that program will allow us to, one, help prevent fraud because they're going to give us it's called a virtual card and multiple cards that we would put out to designated persons like the department heads. That will also give us the ability to allow us to turn off a card, set the credit limits within the town hall ourselves with the two administrators without having to go back to the bank. It also gives us the ability to get back 1% cash back, which you don't get now. It also gives us the ability for an app that we pay for, but it's actually free because it comes off the 1.5% up front, where you can take a scan of the receipt and you can code the receipt based on the budget we have right now, and it comes back to us.
No way.
Yeah, it's a great.
Robert's really excited.
I would pay for the program myself. And then again, save some money on stamps and envelopes as we move to paying most of our bills with the credit card to make that money back. Any other questions?
One other thing I'd like to highlight, we occasionally, depending on who's in charge, get the records request that comes to the office that says, I want to see all the mayor's credit card purchases. Well, today we can't give you that because we all use one single credit card to keep in the drawer of our lock and key. Under this scenario, various individuals will be issued cards with certain authorities. So in this case, if I were issued a card as the mayor, then any transaction I use that card for can be specifically retrieved and turned over as a records request, if that were the question, or whatever have you. So it provides us a better level of transparency to see who's spending what in that particular method. So we're looking forward to that if council approves. Thank you, Robert. Aren't you glad you stayed?
Yeah.
Any further questions from council on the three items for consent? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve. Well, I guess you need a motion to approve them under one consent item already.
We did. Yeah, come on.
Okay.
Vote.
All right. Any public comment on the items? Hearing none, Ms. Berthoud, call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Devlin.
Aye.
Councilmember Ludington.
Aye.
Councilmember Schurd. And Councilmember Vick.
Aye.
All right, Ruby, promise I'll keep it short, you guys. I even had a whole thing on PowerPoint projector I was gonna do, and I'm gonna botch it and forget about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The water capacity has been addressed with the HDR report. We're hoping to get that out of draft form and into final form sooner rather than later, so that we can get that out to the citizens and review all that with them. One piece I didn't plan on covering in my executive report, but which was spoken to tonight that needs to be clarified on the record because it was a gross misstatement and was absolutely unequivocally wrong. Steve Cruz, our public works director, does not own a business in Stevensville. He does not own Timberline LLC on Turner Street. He lives on Turner Street and used to work for the Timberline Lodge of Oregon. Just make that absolutely clear. So he has no business interest or anything like that in Stevensville. He's just our public works director trying to help the town. On somewhat of a sour note, I thought it'd be prudent, and because I've had some questions from council members and others about where we are on legal and litigious issues bogging down the town of Stevensville. There are 3 active cases that the town of Stevensville is currently party to in some manner. One is Dwayne Bell versus Town of Stevensville and Eric Hayes. That process, it's more or less been concluded throughout the process that we've undertaken, that the Town of Stevensville is not at fault. And so they're trying to come up with a settlement between the two property owners regarding the joint sewer line. That seems to be the sticking issue there. So more or less, the two lawyers between Dwayne Bell and Eric Hayes are duking that out and figuring it out. We're kind of just sitting on the sidelines waiting for it to resolve itself. But that is a lawsuit that MIA is currently covering for the Town of Stevensville. The other case, a bit older, is Trippin versus the Town of Stevensville. That case started in 2019. We're going on 2 years. Arbitration is scheduled for that case in June, I think over a period of 3 days. Hopefully we see a resolution out of that arbitration. That's kind of the goal, rather than taking it fully to trial, is that we'll arbitrate and come to some sort of solution there. So that's well on its way, hopefully to being resolved. The last case is Trippin versus Bob Michelson. And that case was filed after actually Mr. Michelson's resignation from the Town of Stevensville's town council. The Town of Stevensville is not named as a party in that lawsuit. It's against Michelson himself. However, because the lawsuit alleges issues, as he was a council member, at this time, the Town of Stevensville's insurance is footing the bill for that lawsuit. So we are paying for his defense in that case. And I don't know what the status of that is in terms of the court process, but just know that the next round of liability insurance premiums that come due after July 1st will likely not favor our pocketbook because of those issues. So the last piece on two more things, promise. Performance. So I'm pleased to, or excited rather, to, both pleased and excited to share with you that we're close to launching a performance management dashboard. That it will be a public webpage, and it will have key performance indicators on it for each of our departments and for the strategic goals that we work towards. And that will be updated on a quarterly basis, more frequently if we can, but as a baseline quarterly. And we hope that the town council will be able to use it on a frequent basis as a tool for them, but really we also want to use it as a tool for the citizens to engage with the town, to better understand where we are in meeting certain metrics. I was going to show you a demonstration, but instead what I'll do is I'll just send you some links to some other sites that are just like it, and you can kind of play around with it. But it does things like demonstrate, if the town collectively says, well, we want a response time from our fire department of less than 5 minutes. Well, this dashboard will track our response time every month or every quarter, and it'll give you a yellow light, green light, or red light, depending on how close you are to that key performance indicator. One of the other areas that we want to track is, which is my next item, is water leakage. And can we demonstrate to our citizens where we are in terms of fixing water leaks for our community and improving the efficiency of our water system, because we all acknowledge that's an issue. So that performance dashboard is underway in terms of development. We're identifying those as an administration. We'll be identifying those key performance indicators. So we're excited to kind of push that out and let people know exactly what the hell we're up to behind the walls of City Hall. And, there are areas we expect we will demonstrate success towards the indicator, and we acknowledge this could be a double-edged sword, and that there may be areas we won't demonstrate success towards, and then we may need your help in resolving those problems. So for what that's worth, it's coming forth. And then lastly, I mentioned a little bit on leakage. And I think I might have mentioned this at the last council meeting, that the public works director is really engaged in terms of leakage. He really wants to see that resolved sooner rather than later, and we are, as the days progress, and you talk leakage nearly every single day in the offices. As we progress through, we're treating it more and more and more like an emergency, because fun fact, in the month of February, we lost 320,000 gallons of water every day. So for comparison, I told you about what our reservoir holds. So just to visualize that we drain our reservoir every day and refill it. So that's 80% of the water every month that we're just leaking into the ground. It's unacceptable. We're going to try to find the most aggressive and efficient approach we can to resolving that as soon as possible, because it's a disservice to our ratepayers to waste that much, literally of their water. So that's kind of forthcoming, and you'll see more, I think, activity from the administration in that regard as we come to you folks for some solutions that hopefully you'll bless us in implementing. With that, unless there's any questions, I'll turn it over to council comments. 1, 2.
I have just one, just one. The roadway in front of the Senex Malt plant, is that ours or the county?
It's likely ours, and it's been noted by another individual in the room that it needs to be repaired.
Holy cow.
What road?
Did you lose your little car in it too?
Oh, I lost a bus in it.
Yes.
Well, if you use Middle Burnt Fork Road instead of Eastside Highway, Jamie.
Well, that's what we're doing now. We're going around Logan.
Yes, it's on the docket to address with either ourselves or the.
Because I talked to the guys at Senex and they shrugged it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What road was that?
Railroad Avenue.
It's awful.
Is it really road?
All you have to do, you can just do like this
Well, you can't get around it.
from Main Street, and you'll see the pothole.
My Kia does not touch that road.
It's terrible.
Any other council comments this evening?
Yes.
Oh, Jamie has some.
So is there any chance that we can do, I'm concerned by some of the comments that you made regarding our suits that we're involved in. Our last litigation that we tried to get put together, Dempsey and I are the ones that showed up for it. So is there a way we can get something together for that, where we can maybe discuss some of what you just said? And I think those tend to be closed sessions. So I would.
To clarify for everyone, everyone here, other than the two council members, that this isn't a meeting you weren't invited to, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Lang. This was a meeting that 2 other council members previous to your tenure here failed to show. Yes, we could schedule a closed session.
Can we not do it until our marathon April meetings are over?
Oh, I was gonna do it like Monday.
No.
Okay, it'll take a while to get scheduled.
Good.
Because what I imagine is that I'm more or less gonna throw that on Mr. Owens's plate to coordinate with the different attorneys that are involved in the different cases. And then figure out the best strategy forward to convene a meeting of the town council under closed session so that you can get a litigation update on those.
Thank you.
And more in-depth litigation update than what I provided you here.
And then one more, with the transparency program that you're talking about rolling out, it brought me back to when we had our meeting, the 5th Friday meeting. And we were talking about the piece that was missing when we talk about involvement with our communities, and it was that PR piece that we kept referring back to. At one point, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a PR position of sorts, and I'm not thinking that it was called that, but that was a part-time position. It was approved by the council. Yeah. And that person's duty was kind of to give the information to our community. We talk about just in going through this process with Burnt Fork Estates, or Burnt Fork Estates. That's what it's called, right?
Yeah, we haven't changed the name in the last 10 minutes.
Creekside South.
Yeah. Well, anyway. We have not, I mean, and it's nobody's fault, but we've come up short-handed in explaining our water, our sewer, I mean, things of that nature. And in speaking to transparency and what that truly means, I think that position, bringing that position back would be extremely helpful. In not just that area, but in numerous areas. I believe right now you're the person that prepares all that information to send it out to the public. And I think your time would be better spent doing other things. So I would just be interested in seeing if anybody else would be interested in bringing that position back. I definitely think it's lacking. It came up it took actually quite a bit of time in our Friday meeting in January, this discussion of this piece. So I think between that and what you're rolling out, it might do the trick for areas that were lacking.
Okay. We can continue that conversation if council wants to entertain it.
Not April 1st,
Come
5th,
on.
6th, or 7th.
Come on, those are light agendas, there's only like 2 items on them.
They take up a lot of time.
All right,
Remember
with
that hour
that,
meeting we had? Remember that?
I don't believe any boards have met since our last meeting, and so without further ado, at 12:45, we will adjourn. Good night, everyone.
I think Patrick had council comments.
Did you?
That's enough.